అంటే స్పెషల్ పర్సన్స్ ప్రెసెంట్ పర్సన్ కానీ అందరినీ ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తే స్పెషల్ గెస్ట్స్ రిప్రజెంట్ చేసి చదివిస్తాను అందరికీ నెక్స్ట్ మీ ఓవర్కు అమేజింగ్ సర్టిఫికెట్ ఉంటాయి మీరు చదివిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఓవర్కి గురించి ఎక్కువ చెప్పాలి అదే
స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం. నేను మాట్లాడతాను. వచ్చారు అందరినీ ఇన్వైట్ చేసి పేరు అయిన తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ అందరినీ ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తారు. తర్వాత పేరు మనం మొదలు పెడతాం. తర్వాత బీసీ గారు అంతే కదా. ఫస్ట్ ఇన్వైట్ చేయండి, ప్రార్థన చేస్తాను. అబౌట్ ద సినిమా గురించి నేను వచ్చారంట. ఈసీ హాల్లో పెట్టారంట. ఫోకస్ చేస్తాను.
Namaste.
Sir, very good morning, sir.
Morning to all. Good morning to all, one and all.
Namaste, sir. Exuberant good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Rekha, faculty in the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, the presenter of this event today. I feel honored to welcome you all at the inaugural session of the national webinar on the role of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments, organized by the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, in association with Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, Bangalore, on the eve of 8th International Day of Yoga celebrations. Once again, a very warm welcome to the prestigious event to all the dignitaries, distinguished delegates, members of the organizing committee, staff, students, media, and technical team. On behalf of Department of Yoga and Consciousness, we are grateful to all the people who have accepted our invitation to be part of this light event. It is the right time to discuss and share our knowledge among the delegates from all over the country. I thank all the dignitaries for your gracious presence on this prestigious event besides your busy schedules. To welcome is to show honor, to welcome is to establish integrity. So, my heartfelt welcome to all the great eminent personalities with us today. So, first of all, I welcome the chief guest of this event, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University. The second guest with us today, the special invitee is Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey, Director, Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, Bangalore. Our next guest, the guest of honor of this event, Professor P. Rajendra Karmakar Garu, the Principal, College of Arts and Commerce, Andhra University. And the next guest is the convener of this event, Professor OSRU Bhanukumar Sir, the Honorary Director, Department of Yoga and Consciousness. So let's start the event by remembering the name of the Almighty by doing prayer. So all of you please be ready in prayer position. Now I request Mrs. Vani to pray for us.
Om, 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 Om Namo Brahmadibhyo Brahma Vidya Sampradaya Katrubhyo Vamsa Rushibhyo Namo Gurubhyaha Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mrutangamaya Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Om Namaha.
Namaste, sir. It's my pride privilege to welcome the chief guest of this prestigious event, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, Andhra University. Sir, I start with a quote. The toughest battles are always won by the strongest people, and our Vice Chancellor is one among them because he is a dynamic person who held the position of rector, registrar, director, head of the department, and numerous administrative positions with lots of zeal and ease. He is an eminent scholar with lots of research knowledge and an academician in the field of information technology and computer engineering department, which is today number one in the state with a good national ranking position. So it's all because of him. He is a great administrator and a magnanimous personality. His ideology of student centricity have ushered in several developments towards strengthening student employability and achievements among many other noteworthy laurels. Recently, the College of Engineering has created a record by 90% of the pupils getting placements, and besides the COVID-19 update. Our Vice Chancellor has been constantly supporting the development of Department of Yoga and Consciousness, and during his tenure as rector, he served as director of the department, and he has been instrumental in allocating the funds in its development. Today, this webinar could have been not possible without his support and his unwavering persuasion towards the betterment of the institute and his keen eye towards the student performance has kept us achieving further heights. Finally, he holds many credits to his account, and the list is unending, and the biodata is a very high profile biodata. Sir, you are irreplaceable and you are the crown jewel of Andhra University. So now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, the chief guest of this prestigious event, to take over the inaugural session.
Yeah, good
Over to
morning.
you, sir.
Good morning, Ramesh. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you. Could you please go on mute?
Yes, yes.
Right. Fine. So good morning and warm welcome to all the participants. And I am so happy to extend a very warm welcome to the special invitee, Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey. And I also recognize the presence of the Principal, College of Arts and Commerce, Professor Rajendra Karmarkar, along with the convener of this webinar, Professor OSRU Kumar, Honorary Director, who is right now in America but organizing this particular webinar from there. The head of the department, Ramesh, and all the other participants. Andhra University, the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, in association with Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, is organizing a national webinar on the role of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments. And I'm so happy because the department has lined up good experts. Well, to begin with, I understand that Yogacharya, Sri T.L. Narasimha Rao garu, in fact, he'll be the keynote speaker today in the first session, along with Dr. Krishna Sharma, Professor and Chairman from Mangalore University. He will also be there in the first session. Dr. Shani Bupatra from Rajasthan, Department of Yoga, which is the Central University of Rajasthan. He'll also be there as a moderator in session number 1. And let me also extend a very warm welcome to all the other moderators of session 2, Dr. Govardhan Reddy from Manipal, and Dr. Subramanya Pailur from Kerala, Dr. R. Nagaratana, she's from Bangalore, and Professor Paran Gowda, he is from Haridwar, and Dr. V. Duraisamy, he is from Chennai. These are, in fact, some of the moderators of session 2, followed by this being a 2-day webinar. In fact, tomorrow also we have got 2 sessions, I understand, from the brochure that is given to me by the head of the department, Professor M. Venkat Reddy, Professor Ganesh Shankar. Venkat Reddy is from Hyderabad, and Professor Ganesh Shankar is from Madhya Pradesh, from Dr. Gaur University. And from Uttarakhand, Dr. Kamakhya Kumar, and Dr. Amarjit Yadav is from University of Lucknow, UP, and Dr. IV Basavaradi, he is from New Delhi. These are the moderators, and extend a very warm welcome to all of them to this inaugural. And tomorrow, session 2 also, the department has lined up experts, Dr. Lakshmi Narayana from Tirupati, and Dr. Tulsi Rao, the local teacher from the Department of Yoga, and Dr. Tarak Ramarao from Srikakulam, Ambedkar University. And very interesting topic, the role of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments. Health, right? So, as such, we all know that health consists of physical, mental, social, vocational, moral, emotional, and spiritual dimensions. So, as such, health is a dynamic and multidimensional state, and achievement of optimum health is only possible by the use of a holistic approach. And yoga, we all know that it emerges as a perfect candidate for this particular purpose. As such, if you look at this particular yoga and various components of it, we know that asanas, most of the times, we see people doing asanas and all, which is easy, in fact, in a way. And these postures, along with, the so-called, the title of this workshop today, that is Shat Kriyas, which is nothing but cleansing procedures. These two things, together, they improve the physical component of the health. And when you look at the dhyana, that is, the meditation part of it, as well as, dharana, that is the concentration part of it, these two are really important when it comes to improving the mental state of the health. And then the third thing is that we all know that discipline, that is, yama and niyama, observance. These two are universal rules of morality and social conduct laid down by Patanjali, and they are similar to modern principles today. We call them as public health and community medicine, all these things. So these are also really important. And then come to the breathing exercises, the breathing regulation, which we call it as pranayama and all, and pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses. These two are also important to improve otherwise what we call it as emotional health. And then yoga also strongly advocates the importance of surrender to the Almighty, which is very important, and it encourages the development of what is called as the spiritual health in an individual. That means, as such, if you look at the health, as I said in the very beginning, it consists of the physical dimension, the mental dimension, the social dimension, the vocational dimension, the moral dimension, the emotional dimension, and the spiritual dimensions. Now, today, when you come to the first part of it, that is how to improve the physical component of the health, wherein we have got, asanas as well as, Shat Kriyas. And today, the topic of discussion today and tomorrow is about Shat Kriyas, and that is, the 6 actions. And these are perhaps the least widely adopted in today's Hatha Yoga. But these purifying practices, we all know that they help in cleansing the body, removing all the toxins, improving the concentration, and keeping the body healthy, and offer wide range of health benefits, which are in fact confirmed by modern science. And also, that the Shat Kriyas, they improve the flow of prana into organs and the nadis. So such a wonderful webinar today, the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, they have planned, and the organizers, the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, under the stewardship of Dr. Bhanukumar and Dr. Ramesh, along with the kind of experts that they have lined up. All these people, I know that they have got immense experience in the chosen topic, and they, in fact, they have planned very well, to conduct this very useful event. I really appreciate their selection of the moderators and the plenary speakers, and I have heard nothing but praise from all those who attended, the workshops that are organized by Department of Yoga all these days, because I have seen them even during, the pandemic time also. They have organized a couple of really wonderful workshops, and, a lot of praise I received from the public as well as from the participants. And I'm sure even this time also, they will set really wonderful new standards through this so-called webinar, and create a worthwhile experience to all the participants. And I am told more than 300 participants so far have registered till yesterday evening. Maybe I think today the number of participants could have gone up. I see, in fact, more number of people present online right now, and I'm sure that definitely this will set a new record. And I really encourage, I appreciate the department for taking up this particular webinar at this particular point of time, and the university support would always be there for the department in course of time for organizing such wonderful activities. Thank you, all the teachers of the department, and especially Ramesh, as well as other members, for giving me this opportunity to be present in the midst of all these people during the inaugural function. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind acceptance today as a chief guest of this program. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your valuable message. So here, it's not there. Okay. So our special invitee, Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey, Director, Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, Bangalore. So sorry for the inconvenience to all the participants and the invitees, as the sir is busy and he is engaged with another program. So apologies to all the invitees. So now I take the opportunity to invite our next guest. Be strong in what you stand for. He is a person who is very strong. He never give up and he never compromise. He is a very humble personality. He is none other than Professor P. Rajendra Karmakar Garu, Principal, College of Arts and Commerce, Chairman, Board of Studies, Yoga and Consciousness, and Departmental Research Committee, and also the guest of honor of this event. A very warm welcome, sir. I request you to take over, sir, for your valuable message.
Sir, Principal, sir, please give a brief message, sir.
Now, okay, right.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, Rector, Professor Samta Garu, Registrar, Professor K. Krishna Mohan Garu, and my dear Head of the Department, Sri Ramesh Garu, and other dignitaries who are participating in the webinar. This webinar on yoga is very useful for the whole mankind because it tells us that how to be healthy. It is mentally and physically and spiritually, because that is the health. It is promised by yoga, because of this yogic practice, man can lead a happy life without much ambitions also, because ambition, of course, desire is acceptable, but ambition sometimes damages a person's mental and physical abilities. So yoga, I feel that will fill in the man the mental, physical and spiritual health. And the people who practice yoga may not much depend on the medicines also. Just like Dr. Ramesh is an example, perhaps, because the medicines, in fact, itself is a problem because they give side effects. And here I want to present before the August audience that during pandemic period, this corona period, this yoga, which was an ancient practice from India, has become more and more popular, because when people were prevented to go outside, they kept their health by practicing yoga. Because that's why during this time, this people have realized the impact of yoga. And what I mean that that this yoga gives us a sense of confidence about our own health without depending much on medicines. Because, for example, today the topic is Sat Kriyas. I think Sat Kriyas. Sat means six, and Kriya means it is an internal action. So, it is a this practice is related to the cerebral stimulation, that is stimulation to the brain by yogic practice. And next, the vision by the exercise to the eyes. And with exercise, one's body can be cleansed. It is not clean, it is a matter of cleansing. Cleansing means keeping the healthy body by cleansing out the impurities. So that's why this yoga, I feel that it promises and promotes not only healthy body but also a pure body, a pure personality. So that's why this especially these of course these six practices which are Satkriya, Kapalabhati, that is stimulating the brain, and it is a concern with the nasal tract, and eye exercises, abdominal muscle, and cleansing the intestines and stomach. So this is what this Satkriya promises for a health and which must be not only physical but also mental and spiritual health. So I appreciate the attempts of the head of the department of yoga and other dignitaries, because who are hardworking in the department, who are in fact enhancing the image of the department by conducting many webinars during Corona time. They conducted and in fact promoted this yoga practices which are considered essential for a human being. So I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, especially to the head of the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind explanation and delivered a message on yoga. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your valuable time and valuable message. So here I go with the next guest with us today. On this prestigious event, it is most surpassing to address the gallant personalities. One among the prominent luminaries is our beloved OSRU Bhanukumar sir, the convener of this event and the director of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness. His benevolent personality uplifts the students' spirits with motivation and creativity. He always been a rock to the department, standing strong in supporting our endeavors. He is a man who is a yogi himself. His unrelenting efforts towards yoga made him capable of performing Sirsasana at the age of 72. He is the man who leads by example, to whom the students look up to, and with an incredible track record and years of experience, he is a gem and wonderful asset to the Department of Yoga and Consciousness. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. So now I take the privilege to call upon our director, Professor OSRU Bhanukumar, sir. Over to you, sir.
Please welcome, sir.
Vice Chancellor, sir, His Excellency, and who made this event in this consolidated fashion, And whatever we ask for the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, he made it. So we are very, very grateful to you, sir. Honorable Principal, sir, and others, dignitaries who have attended for this function, inaugural function, and my dear friend, HOD, Tulsirao, Rekha, and others. It gives me really immense pleasure. Let me say good morning to all of you, all the participants, to all yoga lovers. I will say they are all yoga lovers. So, yoga lovers are so great. They have a lot of patience to learn things, to do things, and observe yama yamas. So, in this year, International Day of Yoga, the main important component is National Seminar organized by Department of Yoga and Consciousness. Last year, we organized international seminar, and it was very, very successful. This year also, we got a wonderful cluster of people with a big spectrum in their own subjects and different aspects of yoga, because yoga itself is a big science, and we in the Department of Yoga and Consciousness try to relate this science with medical science. We have already started so many collaborative programs with many doctors to find out some sort of relationships with the yoga, physical yoga, as well as Kriya yogas, how they are related to medical. Unless and until we find out a wonderful or a magic relationship between these two things, yoga will not reach to the rocketing high with a rocketing speed. So, with this mission, we have taken this thing, and wonderfully, this eighth day of International of Yoga has put a wonderful slogan that is about yoga for humanity. So, humanity means it is a very big, very long word which has a inner as well as outer meaning in depth to a extent of infinity. I can say like that. Mainly, this humanity, it touches so many things, but mainly I will discuss only from helping from one person to another person. So, from the point of view of health, we are now. I have a question: who is a healthy person? A healthy person is a person who is having all the characteristics of things which is possessing, and unhealthy person is one who is not having all the characters that a healthy person is having. So what is the difference? How better we can distinguish from one to other, and how better we can define a healthy person? What is the criteria for making this thing? So from this point of view, just I want to give a brief presentation uh, about our topic, role of Kriyas in management of health science as well as
కనపడతారు కదా ఎంతమంది
Sir, do you need any
yeah,
help?
oh yeah, one yeah, yes, can continue. If any person is having
Sir, we are sharing the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Sai Baba is sharing the screen.
Okay, then it's wonderful.
Hope you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see. So a healthy person is one who is having kapha, pitta, vata doshas are in equilibrium position, then we will say that he is a person. And the best example is just a newly born baby who is having all alkaline characteristics. As the age increases, these alkaline characteristics are automatically reducing because of internal changes as well as external pollutions and other aspects. This is a very, very important thing. Now, the basic idea of these kriyas, which are very, very important and which are part of 8 limbs of yoga, are play a very, very important role. But though Shat kriyas are in popular fashion, there are other kriyas also there, which will also touch upon the other kriyas also. These other kriyas will really help us also to some extent along with these sat kriyas. So, from the point of view of sat kriyas, not just we are going to talking about sat kriyas, some of the research that was done about the sat kriyas. Sat kriyas means, as our Vice Chancellor says, they are about six yogic cleansing techniques. So those techniques are not that much simple, and one alone cannot do it. Only with the before the trained person he has to do it, and there are so many limitations also. So if one wants to make use of Satkriyas, he should be in the presence of a wonderful personalities or wonderful trained teachers. So as I told you, along with these six, there are in the Hatha Ratnavali, there are two more additional kriyas, that is Kakri as well as Gajakarni. So they are also there. In the recent years, from 1976 onwards, there were about 700 and plus articles were presented to correlate how scientifically these Satkriyas are successful and which are successful, which are not successful from the point of view of medical. A lot of research has been done, and finally we could found that only some 25 or 30 are directly related, and out of the six, 4 are only found some sort of evidences. Some clinical trials were done during these days for the last 4 or 5 decades, and finally we are successful to some extent. So the main object of Kshatriya is to balance these three humors, that is Kapha, Pitta. So if this is the definition of a healthy man, if you judge, there are so many people who are not having a balance of these things. So it is the duty of a yoga department how better we can improve the health of the people. For that, we start Shaktriyas. So the most important Shaktriyas are, first one, starting from head to anus, we are having a 6 things along with the other. So the most important one is Kapalabhati and Prataka, as well as Neti, Dhauti, Nauli, and Basti. This is for those people who are having some, who do not have much entrance of knowledge. This will be very, very helpful to you. And what Kapalabhati is, it is nothing but breathing rapidly like a bellows. And Kapalabhati is very, very useful because our central processing unit of our computer of human body is only with the Kapala. And so this technique is really very, very helpful to us to improve our systems in the brain. Similarly, Tataka is nothing but breathe at the point until eye watering. This will be improving some points, strength of eyes. I will give you more details about the things. Next important thing is neti. So it runs oiled thread into the nostrils, and it gives a lot of relief from the sinuses and other things. Similarly, dhauti is another kriya which will be helping to us uh, from many point of view of upper part of the abdomen. Similarly, Navali is the topmost priority which will help for any human being to in very many aspects. So I try to give more information, a little bit more information about the Navali also. So Basti is also another one which will be very helpful as far as our lower part of the abdomen is concerned. So what are the different positions and all the things that we will have a bird's eye view only, not a clear-cut details, but bird's eye view only. So to start with Kapalabhati, it is nothing but two syllabi of Kapal and Bhati. That means forehead and shining. This is a very important kriya which will sharpen our central processing unit of a human body. So it practices very rapidly flopping abdomen, and this is an important part. And we have three types of Kapalabhati are there, and they are in different ways. Kapalabhati, Vikundram, as well as Shetakaram. These are the three important ways we will do this Kapalabhati, and their effects are mainly decrease of blood urea. This is a big problem today for all the unhealthy people. So this will be rectified and improves cognitive performance and decrease anxiety, as well as other things like improving of metabolism. So Kapalabhati is such a nice, wonderful mechanism that will be done at the top, which will improve our central processing unit, which is a brain. So our brain, we are going to make it sharp. Next important kriya is internal cleansing. That is about dhauti. And here we also having three types of dhauti. That is vamana, vastra, as well as shanku prakshana. So these three things really help us about our digestive system, as well as the respiratory system and bowel system, as well as upper intestines. These are so many advantages are there if one can try this dhoti in the presence of a well experienced person or in many registered universities. Next important one is Karnataka, and it is nothing but concentrated glazing on small objects. Here, this can be done both internally and externally. Internally means we can focus on different chakras, of 6 chakras, and we will be also successful. But most popular is external one. In this external one, with the help of a small lamp or with the help of a small point, distinguished point, we can do this Trataka in a very nice way. It reduces eye disorder, as well as it will also reduce laziness, and it will decrease heart and birth rates. So, but majority of the three things were pointed out by yogis, but there is no proof, scientific proof, as far as this kriya is concerned. Next important one is neti, and which is very popular, and which is very many people make use of this neti kriya. So if you take any ENT specialist or any other specialist related to that thing, they will all the time advise this one also parallelly along with their medicines. So in this, very important is nostril cleaning. So a nostril is a very important part which will help us in making our sound health in different ways. Especially it is connected with eyes, sinus, everything. So it is a very important thing. So here we have four types: Jala, Sutra, Red, and milk, ghee, and the main important thing which you are going to do. And it removes sinus, very, very important. So it is a very important what medicines cannot reduce can be removed for this nostril cleaning of neti. So neti is a little bit a head in procuring more scientific information than other things. So next important one is Basti. So it is also yogic enema. Today, everybody's problem is constipation and related things because of the junk foods which we consume. So here we have two types of Basti, that is Jala, water, and another is Stha, that is dry. So these are the two types of techniques we are going to make use in cleaning colon as well as purify mind and senses and improve digestion as well as urinary problems will be also easily rectified with this kriya. So this is also one of the important kriyas for us. So next one is Nauli. This is the king of all kriyas. So as per Hatha Yoga, this is the best one, which has a wonderful impact on human being. So it is nothing but yogic abdominal massaging. So though it is not abdomen massaging, it is not that simple, but there is a lot of systematic procedures to be adopted. But its result is really a wonderful. So it's a practice of contracting and isolating abdominal muscle, but telling things very simple, but doing it is not that easy. So unless and until you take the help from the trainer, it is very difficult to do it. And it is a wonderful thing which affects strengthening secretion of gastric juice and improve pancreas functions. Along with this, there are so many things, information, a lot of information is about Nauli. It is just like we can call it a boat, and it is the very highlight of this Nauli is it is going to influence this third chakra, that is Manipur chakra, located near the navel and the storehouse of vital energy. That is a great thing which Nauli does on human body with a little effort. Before a trained person, we can do this exercise, and this is the best of all the kriyas. That's what says many of the Hatha Yoga and other yoga components have been telling. Especially, this will strengthen abdominal muscles, that will be helpful to you a lot. In this point of view, we can cleansing digestive organs. It is not a very easy thing. It is very difficult task. This can be done only with the help of Nauli. So stirs up lymphatic fluid in abdominal area and increasing of immunity and thus internal energy. They are main sources of this Nauli, and this Nauli can be divided into three types: Dakshina, that's the right, and Vama and Madhyama. These are the three things. That is the right, left, central. There are so many things are there. So many people will do it like this. And this in this Naulikliya, our head of the department is really, he has created a wonderful thing, and he has shown me his video recording once to me. I was very much immensely happy by seeing that thing. So next, these are the two kriyas which are not in the limelight. There is nothing but Gajakarni. So this Gajakarni is nothing but whenever you have any poisonous material or anything like that, you can be acting like an elephant, takes water and again raising and releasing through it. So shoots the water like a jet. It will be helpful to you, and lot of stomach wash and cleaning procedure all these things will be done. Finally, we have Chakri. This will be also nothing but a dilution of anus using fingers moved above the rectum, and this is also not much in the limelight. So finally, this yoga village is having a wonderful Kriya facilities and Kriya laboratories where you can accommodate nearly 50-55 people at a stretch to do any sort of Kriyas. So anybody can make use of this thing. Recently, this yoga village, that means the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, has started a novel research that is relating yoga science with the medical science. So two of our research scholars are heading in this thing, and one research scholar is already successful in getting out some sort of relations between yoga science and medical science with a great effort, and some other scholars also pursuing in this direction. So now yoga village is having a good plans to make use of or how to link our yoga science with the medical science. So in this endeavor, we need the help from all over India for their suggestions for improving this betterment of relationships between yoga science as well as this medical science. So I am very, very thankful to you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation regarding Shat Kriyas with the scientific background. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
That was a wonderful talk delivered by our beloved director, OSRU Bhanukumar sir. Though sir is a disciple in the field of science and technology, he has immense knowledge in the field of yoga, both theoretical as well as practical. We are blessed to have you, sir. It was an excellent presentation by you, sir. Thanks for sharing the scientific and research-oriented information, especially. You are absolutely true, sir. Telling things is easy, but putting into practice is not that easy. So thank you, sir, for everything.
Thank you, Miss.
Here. Since the department has been established, the Department of Yoga and Consciousness has been re-inviting and revitalizing some of the areas where it has to look, considering a lot of contemporary changes happening at the global and national level, based on the competency framework which was developed and trying to put into vision. So the department has been continuously offering numerous courses, both offline and online, and has been conducting the health camps, FDPs, and many more programs for the benefit of the students and the public. So all the credit goes to none other than our beloved head of the department, Dr. K. Ramesh Babu sir, the motivator and the ideology of this prestigious event. Sir, I request you to deliver your message regarding the webinar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rekha. Good morning to all of you and respected speakers, participants, and dignitaries. Very warm welcome to you. As per the guidelines of UGC and Andhra University Center for Yogic Sciences, we are organizing various yoga activities such as guest lectures on yoga, yoga workshops, yoga health management camps, yoga essay writing competitions, yoga asana competitions, and training in common yoga protocol as a part of yoga celebrations on the occasion of 8th International Day of Yoga. In this connection, by encouragement of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor P.D. Prasad Reddy Garu, and our Honorary Director, Professor Bhanukumar Sir, and finance support by Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey Garu, this two-day national webinar is designed The purpose of this webinar is to bring out and discuss the general health benefits, therapeutic benefits, and especially spiritual benefits of Shat Kriyas with their scientific findings. The traditional Hatha Yoga texts eulogized Karma Shatkamidam Gopyam Gatasodana Karakam Vichitra Guna Sandhayi Pujite Yoga Pungavai. That means the Shatkriyas which purify the body should kept secret as they produce wonderful results, as they are held in high esteem by great yogis. We, teachers and practitioners of yoga, are familiar with the advantage of these Shatkriyas. For example, take Vastradhavati. It was the benefits of Vastradhavati. It was mentioned in the classical texts. Kasa swasa plehe kustam kafaroghamsa vimsatihi dhoti karma prabhavena prayantheva na samsaya. That means by efficacy of Vastradhavati, bronchial diseases, asthma, disease of spleen, leprosy, and other skin disorders, and 20 other diseases related to the phlegm disappear. And also regarding the benefits described in Hatha Yoga texts, the Neti Kriya, we know it is very beneficial for get rid of NET problems. Kapala Sodhini, Divedrishti Pradhayini, Jatru Rodha Rogagam, Netiras Nense. It has such effects. Like Trata Kriya, also the practice, Kriya, even though it is meant for maintaining healthy eyes, spiritually it helps a lot to awaken the Agna Chakra and leads to meditative state of mind by minimizing thoughts and controls entire body and mind. In the same way as our honorary director told, Nauli Kriya, which is considered as a crown of Hatha Yoga practice, is very useful for maintaining good digestive system. It is also very helpful to awaken Manipura Chakra. Amanda Vegene Tundam Brahmayet Parsvodvayo Sarvaroga Nihanti Dehanal Vivardhanam. This was described benefits in our classical yoga texts. In the same way, Kapalabhati. Nowadays, teaching yoga and practicing yoga is limited only asana and pranayama practice, except in traditional yoga asanas and institutes. Due to various reasons, these Shatkriyas are not getting popularized. Reasons may be lack of traditional training in their practices, or maybe other reasons we have to discuss in this seminar. According to tradition of yoga, Shatkriya should be done before commencement of asana and pranayama practice. To experience the full results of yoga, that is physically, mentally, and spiritually, we should encourage the yoga practitioners in this way for their well-being in all aspects. With this, I sincerely hope that in this national webinar, respected speakers will deliberate and discuss the most up-to-date aspects of the different facets of the webinar topic that leads to better, healthier life of an individual and as well as society. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite the keynote speaker of this inaugural session, Yogacharya Sri T.L. Narasimharao Garu, the present managing trustee of Yoga Conscious Trust, Vijayanagiri, Vizianagaram district, Andhra Pradesh. Just I will introduce Yogacharya Sri Narasimharao Ji. He is the present president and managing trustee of Yoga Conscious Trust, founded by His Holiness Yogacharya Pujya Sri Raparthi Ramarao, belongs to Himalayan yoga tradition of Ramlal Prabhuji. He is an ardent disciple of Puja Guruji Sri Raparthi Ramarao Ji of Vijayanagiri Ashram, born in March 1956. In his childhood, he had the good fortune being blessed by divine souls such as Nagasai Baba of Tiruvur, Jililmodi Amma, and a Narasimha Upasaka of Sri Kauti Narasimhamurti. After his Upanayam, he used to do Sahasra Gayatri Mantra Upasana thrice daily at sunrise, midnoon, and sunset. He had the darshan of Gayatri Devi. Andhra University had its role in turning him into a yogi. While pursuing his graduate studies, was influenced by the lectures delivered on Yogi Vemana at Andhra University. He met his guru, Sri Rapati Ramarao, for the first time again at the Andhra University at Adult Education Department when Yogacharya was delivering a lecture. At that time, even Sri Ramarao ji did not know his name. He looked at him intently and asked him to meet at his residence. He noted his name as Sahasra Gayatri Upaska. The Guru disciple relationship continued from that moment, and Sri T.L. Narasimha became his Antevasi. His guru, trained the disciple personally in all aspects of Yoga Vidya and taught him the high technique of yoga and imparted the secrets of Atma Vidya. He made the disciple a perfect yogi. Under the adept guidance of his master, he learned Hatha Yoga and Raja Yoga techniques. Now, the disciple Sri Narasimha ji guiding the yoga sadhakas following the footprints of his guru. He is well versed with various techniques of yoga learned from his master. He has been sailing the path of yoga for the past 43 years. With this introduction, I now invite Yogacharya Sri T.L.N. Narasimha ji to please kindly deliver a keynote on this inaugural session of this webinar topic. Sir, please.
ॐ नमो ब्रह्मादिभ्यो ब्रह्मविद्या सम्प्रदायकर्तृभ्यो वंश ऋषिभ्यो महाभ्यो नमो गुरुभ्यः। गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परं ब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। Humble salutations to the distinguished people present here for this seminar, a very, very valuable seminar, quite befitting in the present day scenario, and I congratulate at the outset the organizers and Mr. Ramesh Babu, head of the Department of Yoga, and fraternity of Andhra University. I also thank our beloved, the Honorable His Excellency, Sri Prasad Reddy ji, Vice Chancellor of PA, and all other yoga lovers, yoga teachers, yoga faculties, and yoga promoters, yoga aspirants as well. I offer my adorations and humble salutations to one and all. The topic, present day, many people are doing yoga. And yoga, what is yoga? Yoga is your journey from lower level of consciousness to higher level of consciousness. That is the predominant factor behind yoga. For that, these are all supporting. Yoga is now, made into 4 Mahayogas, Laya Yoga, Hatha Yoga, Mantra Yoga, and Raja Yoga, Mahayogas. And out of all, Raja Yoga is royal path, and all cannot ascend to Raja Yoga without touching the intermediary portions of yoga. And present day people they spend just 1 hour for say asanas, 45 minutes, 5-10 minutes pranayama, and pranayama is also not complete. Simple inhalation and exhalation they do, and most of the people they give more priority to asanas than that of pranayama aspect. So yoga, what the WHO definition says, not infirmity of disease. It's a well-being, well-being, well-being. How one can have established well-being? One should just have harmony in inner peace and outer peace. There must be harmony among body, mind, and spirit. That is holistic health. If that harmony fails, you will be creating disharmony within yourself and around you. Inner winner is outer winner. You must win over your senses. You must win over your emotions. You must alleviate negative emotions. You must enrich positive emotions like bhakti, vairagya, non-attachment, all these principles. For that, present day, this computerized world, we are in the computerized digitalization, etc., etc. If you ask them to, in olden days, they used to tell tables instantaneously, what is 1909, 1910, 1908. They used to tell immediately. Now, present day students, even in 10th class, they are not able, they require a calculator. So the digitalization, I do not know where it is taking us. And to improve our faculties, we have to necessarily establish holistic health. Very, very important. Holistic health is, first of all, you must get your body purified, physical purification. Then you have to purify your bioplasmic sheath, pranamaya, prana. Then you have to purify your mental sheath, manomaya kosha. And you have to purify your wisdom sheath. You say wisdom sheath, how you? Yes, there are internal practices. Purification does not end with Shatkarmas alone, but Shatkarmas are prelude to the supreme purification. We call Visuddhi Chakra. What is purification? Physical purification, mental purification, emotional purification, purification of the senses, and being with yourself. Being is lost in becoming. So that's how we have to carry out. If we start with asanas and to prepare ourselves, what are the yogic exercises? Yoga practices are not merely physical practices. You cannot measure at physical dimension alone. Every yoga practitioner is a researcher. He does ongoing research, how it works on him at physical level, at blood circulation level, at thinking pattern, ifs and buts, what to be done, what to be not done, at the decision-making level, how sharp his intellect is, how sharp his understanding is, how sharp his understanding of things about himself and things around. So these things one will have, provided if he has a transparent mind. So all the yogic practices, whatever practice you devise, you call it Kriya, you call it Pranayama, you call it Asana, you call it Dharana, Jhana, they're all interlinked, intertwined. But if you isolate them as merely physical practices, you are befooled. You are befooled. That is idiotic. To isolate yoga practices, merely physical practices, it is an idiotic expression. Yogic practices are isotonic, not isometric, not simple muscle building. They are not physical exercises. They have component of psychological aspect and spiritual aspect also. So all these components are included in that. Shat karma, don't think simply it is vomiting, it is taking, inserting a tube. But there are beautiful internal experiences, predominant way, and internal progress you can watch. Supposing you are doing it only Neti, so many people talk about all those things. Neti Kriya establishes toning up of autonomous nervous system, sympathetic and parasympathetic, and toning up of, central nervous system, CNS. That is the basic. Once the nervous system is toned up, your functioning is far better than what it is normally is. And once again, it is proved at physical dimension also. During Corona, the practice of Nauli, the Neti, not Nauli, the practice of Neti proved that it worked as a very good preventive, from the nostril region itself. Nostrils, when the sediments or toxicated things are eliminated by virtue of the practice of Neti. And other things are there. Eye, ears, ENT process is good. ENT health is restored through this beautiful process. Simple siphon system for feeding this tilting and you are doing. And different ways you can do Sutraneti, with the thread and with the catheter they are doing, and Jalaneti, all these things you can do. So the basic progress is not merely at physical level. Physical level you enjoy, free breathe, free take. If nostrils are free, your air intake is good. The air taken is well cleansed. In the air conditioning process, through the nostrils. So, and what is the present scenario? The area is, we are in too much of urbanization. Pollution is very high. We move among, even sea is also polluted. Vizag sea is also polluted with industrial effluents, biological effluents, and chemical effluences, etc., etc. And vehicle, movement of the, too much of urbanization is also cause for more toxification. So we should get into detoxification process. So Kriyas are for detoxification, you have to detoxify. Then you are prepared for pranayama and asanas. If you do Kriyas, your body will become light, not only Neti. And one practice is, they are not independent, interdependent. And your mind condition, mental feeling of, I'm all right, I'm healthy, I'm okay, my nostrils are healthy, my breathing rate is good, my lungs are working in full efficiency, my heart is functioning with full efficiency, I'm not depending on the medicine, I am depending on this non-medicinal approach, yogic practices. So these are, prior to the practice of pranayama and asanas, the practice of Shatkriyas are essential. But we stop at Jaladhoti, we stop at Jalaneti, Sutraneti also we are not doing, most of the people. But if they do it regularly, definitely it brings about the practice of Shat karmas brings about very good change. You can eye power, physical health, and lightness of the body, well-being, and your medical bill becomes almost zero. That is only Neti Kriya, it has tremendous effects. What about other things? Netis of Jal, Netis of Neti, and the medicated Kriyas also can be done. We can do with milk and water. We can do with Adasara, Justicia, Atatara, and Vasika. So those you can use it for therapeutic purpose. You can add some of the herbal contents in that. You can do it. But while doing any practice, you must follow the abundant precautions. Very good. Proper sterilization of the things you insert inside. They must be properly sterilized, and then you have to use that precondition. And the food you have to take immediately after the practice. What kind of food you have to take? What type of rest you have to take? What type of practice you have to do after Shatkarma? So you have to follow the precautions. If you fail to follow the precautions, Ayukta Yoga, Sarvaroga Samudbhava. So you do Yukta, what to be done, what precaution you have to take, how you have to go, how you have to develop, all these things you have to. What type of food you have to take. So also there is Vasudhauti, Jaladhauti. So many times Varisara and Sankaprakshala is also included in the Dhautis. Varisara Dhauti is Sankaprakshala. Vatasara, Agnisara Kriya, Vagnisara. Vagnisara is nothing but your Udyana. Out of all Kriyas, the three are excellent, combination of three. And I don't want to explain more about Kriyas to you, because you are expected to know many more things. So I wanted to emphasize the importance of three Kriyas. Nauli, Agnisara Kriya, that is Udyan, and the third one is Kapalabhati. My Guru was taught by his master these three things when he met him in 1948. So he did throughout his journey towards attainment of Samadhi. And I was wondered, he used to move his recti muscle 300 times at a stretch, my master. So he used to tell me, even if you take aquargia, nitric acid plus cold, you can pass it through urine doing this practice. If you do Nauli practice without taking any food, you will die. If you do Nauli practice, it will extend your life by 3 days, every practice. Your span of life is increased. Your gene mutation cycle is increased, not reduced. So life, protection of prana, protection of the, and it aims at cleansing of pitta. Very, very important. In Tridoshas they were telling, pitta cleansing is done through Nauli. And Nauli is very good practice between physical level and spiritual level. It's a bridge between physical practice and spiritual practice. And Nauli practice is a must. There is an advantage for doing dhauti. If you learn Nauli very well, there's an advantage for doing vasti. With Majjhima Nauli, you will be pulling water. And for doing other sadhanas like Vajroli and all these things, Nauli is helpful. And Nauli, it energizes, it rouses, and it bombards the internal Ida Pingala, and it awakens Sushumna. And the suctional force is created. It awakens Sushumna. It awakens Kundalini. It awakens chakras. Not only abdomen. And it takes care of the entire body. And the practice. So what food you have to take after doing Nauli? A beautiful sago fried with ghee and cow milk or milk, and added some sweet sugar or jaggery in that. You can add. You should not go take immediately. You should not go for hard food during practice. So you must follow these precautions. And that particular food you take after doing Nauli, it will enrich further progress in your practice. So these are the precautions. Why we fail in yoga? We don't take proper precautions. So Nauli takes care of Pitta. And Varisara Kriya, that is nothing but your Sankaprakshala. Vatasara is nothing but Agnisara. Agnisara is Uddiyana. And Uddiyana takes care of Vata. Rheumatic problems, rheumatic disorders, Vata rogas, all these things. Nowadays we see people suffering from Vata rogas, Vayu, excess Vayu, flatulence, etc., etc. All digestive disorders are alleviated. All Vata rogas are alleviated with Uddiyana. And Kapha rogas, and removal of Kapha, Kapalabhati. And Baba Ramdev, he propagated Kapalabhati, highlighted Kapalabhati by leaps and bounds all over India and all over the world. And Kapalabhati is also Sit Karma, Udkrama. All these things you can do, either with air or with water. With air also you can do. Sit Karma, Udkrama. With water also you can do. Taking water and releasing it. The cleansing of your nasopharyngeal region. Thereby, you can prevent yourself from pharyngitis, laryngitis, such kind of diseases. And beautiful, Nauli practice, Uddiyana practice, and Kapalabhati practice, combination of these three, Samadosha Samagnischa, Samadhatu Samagnischa, Samadosa Mala Visarjana. Your malas should be properly excreted. If excretory functions are good, metabolic functions are extremely good. If metabolic and excretory conditions are good, your internal processing, the pollutants in prana are removed in the process of pranayama, treating pancha pranas. Pancha vayus are treated in the process of pranayama. It is a holistic approach. Katasodana is not merely treating only body, cleansing body, treating washing like teeth washing and face washing or taking bath. It aims at journey from lower vehicles to higher vehicles, lower consciousness to higher consciousness. The very aim of Shat Karmas is that he recited one sloka, Vichitra. There is a very beautiful, Garanda says, Amakumbha Ivambhastu Sarvamanu Sadaghata Yoga Analena Sandahya Gatasuddhin Samacharet. If the pot is wet, it is not fried well, it is not burnt well. If you put it in water, it becomes into mud again. If the pot is burnt well, it can retain. So also, this kumbha, this body must be properly treated. You are treating the physical body. First level of treatment is physical body. Without treating the physical body, you cannot go to the bioplasmic sheath. The channel should be clear. The 72,000 nadis should be clear. The aim of Shat Karmas is cleansing of 72,000 nadis. It is not mere cleansing of nostrils. It is not mere cleansing of 32 feet tube. If 32 feet tube is clean, you are free from all the diseases, free from constipation, free from indigestion, free from diarrhea, free from typhoid, free from all poisonous things. Why you get hurry, worry, curry? This tube is spoiled by us with our hurried living, tension-ridden life, and the curries we take, all kachara patti we eat when we go out. We don't have food discipline. Even without hunger, we eat many things. That fellow is offered, I must eat. That item is offered to me, we must eat. So that kind of, some kind of protocol superstitions, protocol inhibitions, we start taking, loading ourselves. Put ourselves, we treat our stomach as a dungeon, putting everything. We are spoiling our lifestyle, food habits, exercise, and rest. All these things are balanced well, so that you can achieve holistic health. You are doing yoga, right kind of food you have to take, right kind of rest you have to take, right kind of practice you have to adopt. That's how you have to do. If you do yoga in haphazardous way, seeing the book, seeing YouTube, seeing some video clipping, etc., you must undergo and taught. You must be taught by an adept who has got well-versed experience in that typical practice of yoga, whatever it is. Asanas you take, or especially Shat Kriyas. If you don't follow precautions, you will land into diseases. You will land into discomfort instead of comfort. If you want to be in comfort zone, you must be guided by the adept in that path. That is one of the primary condition. I know that, going to 1 hour class, I know yoga, I am doing, I simply, people joke, I am doing yoga, simply doing asanas, they say, I am doing yoga. You are limiting yoga to asanas alone. The entirety of yoga is not limited to asanas. So prepare, even for making your body more flexible and prepared for asanas, you have to do Shat Karmas. You become light. Your body becomes light. You don't feel any heaviness. Your senses are perfectly all right. Your limbs, karmendriyas and senses, jnanendriyas, they are in fine fettle. They are in good working condition. And your understandability increases. Your grasping abilities increase. Your expression also, you will be increasing. Your decision-making power increases. Your spontaneity you develop. There will be no dilly-dallying in the mental condition. There will be transparent mind. There is a clean, crystal clear body. There is a crystal clear mind. And your actions are crystal clear. Your thoughts are crystal clear. And your performances are crystal clear. Ambiguity is totally avoided. So, yoga aims at total holistic approach. This cleansing aims at good quality practice of asanas. Good quality practice of pranayama. If you do pranayama, how you must feel? As if air is inflated into the cycle tube or tube of a vehicle, you must feel the tubes must be inflated with the air that you are taking. The tingling sensation you must feel while doing Puraka Rechaka itself. While you're doing Kumbhaka, you will enjoy the force of inner forces. That should be. So that factor, this practice of Shat Karmas creates a congenial, conducive atmosphere within you to undergo the beautiful experience of practicing asanas. You will enjoy. Asana you feel lightness. I am speaking sometimes in Telugu, don't worry. So, you don't feel the difficulty. That lightness and that heaviness of the body is totally removed. And alertness, awareness, carefulness, and real estimate of yourself. That's very important. You will have a real estimate of your real estimate of your understanding is a real estimate of yourself. Clear understanding of your progress at physical level, mental level, emotional level, all negative, whether negative emotions are removed, how my anger level is, how my discomforts are, how I am able to adapt to the given situations. So you develop an undaunted condition of state of equilibrium, not being influenced by the people, by the surroundings, by the circumstances whatsoever. That is samabuddhi. The concept of samadhi is, this helps to establish the concept of samadhi, shatkarmas, not only at physical level. Please don't limit the practice of yoga at physical level. All yogic practices are psychophysical exercises, and all yogic practices are aimed at establishing harmony among body, mind, and spirit. If this harmony is failing, the Visuddhi Tattva is failing. For attaining Visuddhi Tattva, you should go with Trikarna Suddhi, integrity of thought, word, and deed. Thereby you achieve control over your thought, word, and deed. Control over your system. You will be taking the control of sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system. You will be able to stop the function of the brain. You will be able to stop not function of the heart. You will be able to stop the thought process. If you want to do, you will do a thing. If you don't want to do, you don't. You will not. If you want to hear, you will hear. If you don't want to hear, you don't hear. So that kind of switch on, switch off mode can be done, can be regulated within yourself. So the self-regulating mechanism, Swayam Niyantrana Pratipatti, is established in this process. And the sleep process. You will have a controlled sleep. Sleep also. If you have good health, your sleep, your food habits, and the brahmacharya determine the life of a person. These three factors are very important. No? Brahmacharya is not married or unmarried. How? Brahman chareti iti brahmacharya. How you are aligned to the divine force, that is brahmacharya. Revolving around Brahman is called brahmacharya. Revolving around Sat is called sannyasa. Sannyasa is not merely robe, wearing the saffron robes, or brahmacharya is not merely leading single-mindedness. It is with alignment to Almighty. That is very important. Or Supreme Spirit. That takes place. And these Kriyas will help you to promote holistic health. In the present day scenario, sulfur dioxide is more, carbon monoxide is more, everybody is having 3-4 vehicles. And these, I am seeing 75, Visakhapatnam was very pleasant. But in 2022, Visakhapatnam is fully polluted, including the sea. If you walk in the streets of Visakhapatnam, your eyes, you will get burning eyes. There's a lot of pollutants enter. So present day scenario, practice of Shatkarma is more pertinent. You must practice it. Those who live in urban areas, they must necessarily practice. Because every day they get exposed to sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, etc., these poisonous gases, and industrial effluences. So, biological effluences. So you have to take care of yourself. As a non-medicinal preventive method or system, this system control, system regulating controls, system regulating procedures of Shatkarmas is well recommended present day scenario. So that you must beware of it. And why we get all these things? Our habit should be good. We must see the food taken by us is properly digested. What is the cause for ulceration? You take ulcer. What is the cause for ulceration? The precondition of ulceration is gastritis. The cause for gastritis is undigested portions of the food sticking to the intestinal walls. The reason is hurry, worry, curry. 3 factors. So you must avoid hurry, worry, curry. If you do Shat karmas, you develop ability to avoid hurry, worry, curry. You don't take all types of kachra food. Your system, once it is clean, it says, oh man, don't eat those things. Many alcoholics have stopped taking alcohol, doing Jaladhauti, Vasradhauti, and the Shat karmas. Really, doing yoga. Many non-vegetarians, they have given up taking non-vegetarian stuff. By voluntarily, nothing can be gained on compulsion. Voluntarily, they have given up. The practice of even psychological problems, these practices are helping. The practice of Shat karmas, Vishneti, Dhoti, and Kapalabhati, all these things, Nauli, Udyana, all these things, they greatly help individual to balance, to maintain balancing of food intake, lifestyle, rest, exercise. From this, I would like to say there are different dhautis. I don't want to explain them. You know very well. Antar dhauti. And at the time of washing your teeth, you can do danta dhauti. Very easily it can be done using these 2 fingers, the index and the thumb. You have to press the roots of the teeth. Upper teeth and lower teeth. Finish. Kapala dhauti. Doing like this, cleaning kapala. Kapala Andhra dhauti. Cleansing inner palate. Okay. And very easily it can be done. Danta dhauti, kapala Andhra dhauti, while cleansing your teeth and brushing. So that if you want to do, if you are willingness to do, you can do. You cannot ride unwilling horse. If you are not willing to do, I don't want it, I don't do it. If you say, nothing can help you. You must have willingness to do. And if you are not attaining capacity in a day, you will attain capacity to do in the time to come. So, all these things you have to practice regularly. Regular practice establishes excellent results. Okay. Vasadauti say every person who is living in urban area, at least once in a month he has to do Vastradauti. And every day doing Neti Kriya is good. Okay. Like that, Sutra Neti also can be done for certain problems and all. So, these things for Shodhanam, unless you treat Annamaya Kosha, you can't treat Pranamaya Kosha. Unless you treat Pranamaya Kosha, you can't treat Manomaya Kosha. Unless you treat Manomaya Kosha, you can't treat Wisdom Kosha. Unless you treat all these koshas, you cannot ascend to Anandamaya Kosha. The reaction, the first vibration takes place in Anandamaya Kosha, and its reflection in Vijnanamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, and takes into action at Annamaya Kosha. So your Anandamaya Kosha should be intact, and these other lower level koshas should be properly aligned to Anandamaya Kosha to achieve the objective of holistic health. People who are talking physical, mental, emotional, social and spiritual well-being. So this Maslow's theory of self-actualization need is fulfilled not by attaining, by becoming a managing director or CEO or a professor or a dean or something like that. You must have control over yourself. Self-actualization ends in when you get absorbed in yourself. So that should be the feature of, and this helps the Shat Karmas, role of Shat Karma management is aimed at holistic health, not only treating diseases. Yoga practices are more preventive than curative. Root of the disease is eliminated. According to deep-rooted philosophy of yoga, yoga is not aimed at to treat the diseases alone. Root cause of the disease is eliminated. We are addressing 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha doshas, in integrity, not in isolation. So 3 doshas we are attending. Once 3 doshas, samadosha samagnischa, samadhatu malavisatyana, dhatu pushti. Then dhatu prasadat mahiman atmanahat. These dhatus must be purified. Your skin should be healthy. Your blood should be healthy. Most of the diseases are blood-borne. And your muscle should be good viscosity. And your nerves should have elasticity. Elasticity of the muscles. Elasticity of the skin. Elasticity of the nerves. And bone, capacity of the bones, strength of the bones should be good. Otherwise, if you land into osteoporosis or hypocalcemia, brittleness of bones, you feel at the age of 50, you feel as if it is 70. So we have to maintain that regularity of practices in day-to-day life. I give one illustration here. Dr. Ornish did an experimentation. There is 30 years or 40 years boy, there is one 60, 70 years boy. Man, both were in business occupation. The 60, 70 years man, he used to follow timings of breakfast, timings, getting up 5, 6, doing yoga practice, etc., and taking his food in time, taking rest in time, going for work. 9 a.m. he used to leave and work there up to 1 p.m. and getting back, taking his lunch, taking 1 hour, half an hour rest, going back again and getting back around 9, before 9 he was taking his supper. Another man with 40 years old, he gets up at 10 a.m., then washes his face and takes his breakfast at 11:30 and rushes to the business place and spends there, gets back around 3:34 and eats his lunch at 3:34 every day and goes back again and returns home at 10, 10:30, 11, and at 11 p.m. he takes his food. And again tomorrow, and both hearts were examined, the heart of this old man and the heart of young man. And the heart of old man, its physical age, maybe his physical age is 60 to 70, but his heart shows as if he is 30, 40. The functioning heart shows. This young man with 30, 40 years, with hectic, uncontrolled living, irregular living, his heart is functioning as if he is 60 of his physical age. See the difference. So here what we have to do is, you have to regulate, you have to follow the precautions of intake of food, practice and balancing and learning the practices in the right way. There are many people, you are wondered, if I say you are wondered, people use bandage cloth at some places. Really, I'm embarrassed to hear that. For doing dhoti, they swallow bandage cloths. For doing dhoti, they must nicely take century cotton cloth, beautiful dhoti cloth or cotton cloth, full cotton cloth, 100% cotton cloth, and they stitch all the sides. And they boil it in salt water, soak it for some time, boil it, soak it in hot water, then swallow it slowly. Immediately you can't swallow. After it goes beyond the esophagus, it can easily go inside. When it is easily going, you can gulp it. We have a boy who can do in 2 minutes at our place, swallowing and taking out. So fast. what you have to do is you have to learn from the experts. But theoretical expertise is not enough. Practical expertise is there. You are going to yoga village, Ramesh Babu is well versed with the theory and practices of yoga. So under his guidance, people must be doing well. But do it correctly. Don't resort to unscrupulous practices that will lead to disaster. ఒక జోక్ చేశారు, అయ్యా మేము యోగా చెబుతున్నాం, మీ దగ్గరికి ఎవరు రారండి, ఓ డాక్టర్తో ఓ పెద్ద ఆయన అన్నారు. మీరు చెప్పినాక, అయ్యా మీరు చెప్పినట్టు వాళ్ళు చేయరు కాబట్టి రోగులు మాకు ఎక్కువ వస్తారండి అన్నట్టు. అందుకని డాక్టర్ జోకుడు, అయ్యా మీరు చెప్పినట్టు ఎటుకుడి వాళ్ళు చేయరు, వాళ్ళకి దోషిస్తారు, అందుకని వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కువ రోగాలతో వస్తారండి. Once again, I tell you, all the practitioners, take guidance of an adept. ఇవి అంటే అనుభవించే విద్యలు. యోగము, ఆయుర్వేదము, జ్యోతిష్యము పుస్తకం నుంచి గ్రహించే చాలా తక్కువ. అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. లెర్నెడ్ పీపుల్, యూ మస్ట్ లెర్న్ ఫ్రమ్ ది లెర్నెడ్ పీపుల్. పుస్తకంలో కన్ఫ్యూజ్ చేస్తాడు, ఆ టెక్నిక్ చెప్పడు. నోటితో దాగి ముడితో వదులు అంటాడు శంఖ ప్రక్షాళనకి. Take water through the mouth and release it through anus. 2 lines he gives. How you are going to release? The teacher has to tell you. Teacher has to teach you. And Guruji taught me when I was doing wrongly Katichakrasana. Guruji raised his hand. You want me to give you a blow? He said. Then he corrected me. So simple. These things look so simple while reading. But while doing, you must know the real technique. Real technique is taught by the adept. Remember that while doing this. And I caution you, please do not run after Vasti Kriya. Present day Vasti Kriya, your present day living is not ideal for doing. If you insert some tube or something which is not properly sterilized, which is not properly lubricated, it may cause you perianal abscess or anal infections if you don't do it correctly. Do it correctly. And while learning the Shat Kriyas, one should necessarily observe brahmacharya at the time of learning. Otherwise, your learning cannot be perfect. This is one of the abundant precautions you have to follow. While doing Vasudhavati, the day on which you do, you must be celibate. And celibacy is very good for the practices of Shat Karmas. We do regularly Nauli, Ujjanam, Kapalabhati. Just as we take breakfast and tea and coffee, our breakfast, our first fodder is Nauli, Ujjanam, Kapalabhati. So without doing, I don't eat. Keep that principle intact. So for eating, you have to necessarily do this. So make yourself strong, determined to do the practice in a devoted way, determined way, under the guidance of the expert. If you miss it, so what is the advantage of this? I think I am taking more time. Ramesh Babu, shall I continue or shall I stop at this point of time? I must allow the next speaker to get on.
Yes, just please briefly conclude, sir.
Yes. Lightness of the body. Upukrusatva. Vadana prasanna. Prasanna vadanam. When you are tension free, when you have fully aware of your things, yourself and things around you, the pleasantness, the aroma of pleasantness, the glow of pleasantness is seen in your face. Okay. Prasanna vadanam jayet sarva vignopasantaye. If your vadanam is prasannam, your vignas are 0. Okay. Vadana prasannata nadas suratvam. Sutatvam. Sputatvam. Nadas sputatvam. And your voice is coherent. Your voice is musical. Nayanecha nirmale. Yes, beautiful eyes. Nirmala eyes. You don't blink. Yogic way of seeing. He who blinks many times is not a yogic way of seeing this. His gaze is not yogic way. Keep yourself, your eyes fixed. If your thoughts are oscillating, your eyes move. If you maintain thought control, your eyes are standstill. That speaks of the eyes, the very eyes of elevated soul. Speak what he is. Adi. సో నయనేచ నిర్మలే, ఆ నిర్మలత్వం వాళ్ళలో ఉండటమే కాకుండా మనకు కూడా పంచి పెడతాడు విత్ హిస్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఐస్. బిందు జయోగ్ని దీపనం. యూ హ్యావ్ కంట్రోల్ ఓవర్ యువర్ వీర్య, కంట్రోల్ ఓవర్ యువర్ సెన్సెస్, కంట్రోల్ ఓవర్ యువర్ సెక్స్. నాడీషు శుద్ధి సిద్ధి, నాడీ సిద్ధి, సుషుమ్న awakening. Shatkarmas help you for Sushumna awakening. Sushumna awakening helps you Agna awakening. Agna awakening helps for Sahasrara awakening. See the higher consciousness. And Kundalini awakening takes in its right place. And there ends the culmination of our journey, Yoga Siddhi. Nadi Shuddhi, Hatha Siddhi Lakshanam. So you will attain Hatha Siddhi. So what I mean to say is, follow this regularly. Shatkarmas are good. Present a polluted atmosphere, and is digitalization, computerization, looking into screens. You have to see nothing. So do nothing. You have to do Kriyas. Present day pollution, present day adulterated foods, adulterated living, adulterated atmosphere around us. We need to do these Shat Kriyas. It is more relevant. I thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh Babu and the fraternity of Andhra University and the distinguished professors of different organizations and yoga lovers, yoga seekers and yoga aspirants, yoga promoters. I wish them all the best. Blessed are those who attained, who achieved. Blessed are those who are striving to achieve the ecstasy in yoga. I wish you all the best. Shubhamastu. Srirastu. Swasti. Thank you very much, Ramesh Babu and our beloved friends who attended this, distinguished personalities who attended this seminar. I gave only a part of the subject, not fully. You will know fully well, provided you dive deep into the practice. Words are limited, but experience is unlimited. Remember, 1 ounce of practice is worth tons of knowledge. So get into practice, enjoy the real benefit of Shatkarmas. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Ramesh Babu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your experience, knowledge with us, and discussed about the practical techniques and benefits, and both spiritually and general health and therapeutic benefits. You have touched all the aspects of
I want to tell every one of the participants, every participant of this seminar, every practitioner of yoga is an ongoing researcher. Every practitioner of yoga is a researcher by himself. Day in and day out, you will be doing research. How the impact of yoga works on you. Every day, you have to be Parisilanatmaka Drushti. Experimentation you will be doing, and you are an ongoing researcher. Remember that. So I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and enlightened us with the Shatkarmas and their benefits. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Om Namah. Next, now I invite Professor Krishna Sharma ji, Chairman and Professor Department of Human Consciousness and Yogic Sciences, Mangalore University, Karnataka State. He has 30 years experience in teaching of yoga. Under his able guidance, 5 scholars have been awarded PhD. Presently, he is guiding 11 scholars. He has 33 publications in international research journals and 14 publications in national journals. And also he has published 3 books and presented 51 papers in conferences, seminars. He delivered a plenary talks 19 and intermediate talks included. He hosted 8 international and national seminars and conferences, and he has honored with Lifetime Achievement Award in 2016 and awarded with the Indo Global Education Excellence Award in 2017 and awarded with the Indo Global Exemplary Teacher Award in 2018 by Indo Global Chamber of Commerce Pune. Awarded with Adarsh Vidya Saraswati Rashtriya Puraskar Award in 2018 by Global Management Council Ahmedabad, and he awarded with Lifetime Achievement Award in the 2nd International Scientists Awards on Engineering, Science and Medicine held in 2019. And also he has so many memberships of professional bodies like such as Yoga Practitioners Association, Mangalore, and Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Bombay, Bihar School of Yoga, Bihar, Karnataka State Armature Yoga Sports Association, and he has also membership in the Indian Science Congress Association, Calcutta, Divine Life Society, Rishikesh, and he is a expert member in WHO Collaborating Center for Traditional Medicine, and he was nominated as a UGC Expert Committee member, and he is the chairman of BOS and BOE Department Counseling Yogic Sciences and Human Consciousness, Mangalore University. And like this, he has so many memberships. He is the technical member in Yoga Certification Board, Raji Desai National Institute of Yoga, New Delhi, and he was BOS member of Yoga Studies, Karnataka State University, Dharwada, and he also member in BOE, Yogic Sciences, Rashtriya Sanskrit Vidyapet, Tirupati, and Deva Sanskriti Visvidyalaya, Haridwar, and he is also member in BOS, Department of Philosophy, Mysore, and he is a member in Yoga Studies, Kuvempu University, and he is also member in BOE, Alvas College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences, and he is also member BOE, Yasvyasa University, Bangalore. He has research, and he also member in Research Journal Physical Education Science, International Science Community Association. With this, I invite Professor Krishna Sharma ji, the chairman and professor of Department of Yoga Consciousness Yogic Science, Mangalore University. Sir, please deliver a talk on your topic.
Namaskar.
Namaste.
अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपात्तमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम्। गुरुभ्यो नमः। The Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Andhra University, Registrar and Inter-University Center Director, Pandeji, and Ramesh Babu, who organized this webinar on the occasion of 8th International Yoga Day, and other our yoga bandhus. First itself, I congratulate Dr. Ramesh Babu for organizing this event in this occasion and inviting me and giving a time to share our few views in this occasion in front of you. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Babu.
Thank you, sir.
Now directly I am entering into the topic and I will finish exactly 12:50. Here I am not going to give the complete details about Shatkriya or Shatkarma and practicing method and all those things. See, only the health view, health point of view, and its spiritual connectivity level, few glimpses only we can discuss in the given time. All of you know the Shatkriyas to cleanse the body, like this, what we think. Very clearly he told, Medashveshmadhikapuram Shatkarmani Samacharet. When before practicing pranayama, we should cleanse the body if the imbalance of Medashleshma is there in our body. See, body means everybody knows Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. So to achieve such a kind of aim, this body is a very bit vehicle. Such a way we should consider, we should make it pure, strong, healthy, all these things. Correct. But basically we should think why this type of procedures are required. What is our lagging behind points? Means where we are little unconscious, not aware. Why this special subject is required? See, in all other level, what we are thinking means in gross structural level only. It may be protein, vitamin, or such a kind of other area, or impurities like poison or such a way in another area. But here, yoga is not only thinking external level, it is secondary. Always sukshma, subtle form is first. You may take any kind of yoga text, that directly they are entering into the subtle form, means sukshma or sukshma sharira or sukshma vishaya, whatever it may be. In the modern terminology, if you speak, micro level, not macro level. So in the micro level, when we are entering, we should think what is our food, what are the impurities, how we can overcome. Why means we are getting all kinds of energy by food. Food means generally we are thinking gross structure only. Not only that much, you may remember the primary or high school level what you have studied. Food is classified into three categories. First one is gaseous, second one is liquid, third one is solid. So what we are thinking, looking, observing and eating and trying to develop our body mind, that is gross structure. It is in solid or liquid form. But other than that, one more is there, gaseous. It is not called in the form of oxygen or carbon dioxide like that. So in the same way, if you are going to the physiology modern method also, science level also, one part is there, oxygen, oxidization, see like that words usage is there and such a kind of function also there. But in lungs mainly, gaseous exchange means in the gas level, form of air, common level what we are speaking means air. That exchange means it is not only oxygen, many other also. Everybody knows, but we are not aware about that. So that is number one quality of food or such a kind of category of food. Second one comes liquid form. Liquid means immediately we are thinking this water. No, not only water. Many other items are there. They should be in the liquid form. Then only we can digest, we can assimilate, we can develop. That also we know, but not aware about this. Third thing comes solid. Even though solid, if it may supply in the form of solid, but for different secretions required, for those secretions purpose, see, these three qualities are very, very important. We cannot get all kinds of secretion, all kinds of function, only one quality of food. So these three are also important. So to balance all these things, why we should balance means, see, daily unknowingly or knowingly many mistakes we commit in the food system also. If you are not eating proper way, not mixing in a proper way, or not in a proper proportionate, not in time, it means odd time, odd way. See, all these may become cause for, see, many kinds of waste products. Then these waste products will disturb. That only what they told in the form of Meda Shleshma. See, these are the varieties of what we are saying, three doshas. Three doshas, three also very important for the body. If they are becoming imbalanced, then they are converted as doshas, means they are destroying or deteriorating or giving such a kind of disturbance in the body. See, this body disturbance creates chitta disturbance. So it should be controlled. That only the main thing. So for that purpose, we are practicing in the yoga or a yoga class or a study or knowledge, practice, whatever you say. Here, that is one of the important areas. But all these things one can experience only. Few things only we can measure with available parameters. Everything we cannot measure. Only the practitioner can experience these things. Okay. Now, Dauti, Basti, Neti, Tataka, Nauli, Kapala, Bhati, all these things are there. So, to overcome such a kind of subtle, gross to subtle level, acquired such a kind of unwanted things, to rule out systematically, these are the systematic methods. Now, generally, you know the benefit, everything. I need not tell all those things. But in a special manner, how it helps. Say, Dhauti classifications also there, whatever it may be, the basic its concept is the same. Cleansing systematically, the varieties of Dhauti, varieties of method who required for them only, but cleansing level. If it is cleansed, body will be cool and calm. What you mean by cool and calm? Prashantata. See, for prashanta, we are using the word cool and calm. Only calm is not enough. See, it should be what we say in ordinary language, in Telugu, chakkaga undali. Can you explain that? It is very difficult to explain. Different angles, it takes its own directions. So, such a way, prashantata, that is very important. See, if we are cleansing our body such a way, see, like after bath, how we feel fresh and clean, same way, after each and every kriya, we should feel internally, externally. Bath only we feel up to maximum level external, little bit partially internal. But here, in all kriyas, internally more, externally less. Means, after practicing Kriya, sometimes you may feel little exhausted or tired physically, but internally we feel very, very convenient. This is the difference here. In all other level, see, internally we feel inconvenient, externally we feel okay, convenient. Convenient. That itself what we are thinking, it is good. No. See, when we are thinking spiritual way or spiritual practice level, if we are entering, see, first we should cleanse and maintain such a kind of internal cleanliness along with external cleanliness. Then only spiritual practice is there. Therefore, in the traditional system, which is not explained in this Shatkarma or Shatkriya level directly, indirectly it is there. One of the Kriya, what we say, the Shankha Prakshala. Complete Shankha Prakshalanam one should undergo before practicing such a kind of serious level, this systematic practice of any spiritual method. Means meditation or bandha mudra or dharana, such a kind of practice in yoga system. This is one traditional system which we can see. So other than this also you can practice, no problem. But all these level, what is important means when we are practicing any kriyas, food management. Before, after. See both sides. Before also we should manage correctly, after also. But generally, in the tradition, which use this food item after the practice means khichdi. Without salt, without any chili, nothing. Only pure. If required, one can add a little bit ghee. Rice, green gram, mix 50%, 50-50, 100%. Like that, it should be baked fully. It is not semi-liquid. It is not solid. Such a way, it is that what we say it is only two items. Why, you may ask? See, after doing all these kriyas, inside it will cleanse properly and mucous membrane will be fresh. So it should not damage internal, no any kind of damages. So we should maintain. Along with that, we should get good strength and stamina. See, development also required. For that purpose, very, very good quality of food is necessary. That prescribed in the tradition, khichdi only. No other items, no milk, no tender coconut, nothing. Alternatively, we are using here and there some other items according to our convenience. It is according to our convenience only. There is no 100% safety. Here, it is 100% safety. Why? In the form of khichdi means it is fully baked. No question of indigestion. See, it never create constipation. If any person is having little bit constipation also, he can overcome by the constipation by eating little bit khichdi daily. See, this is the system. So such a way if we are practicing, see, it cleanses the nadis. By this what we can understand is, to cleanse the nadis, important factor is, see, the intestine. There also large intestine cleansing, very, very important. Means motion and maintenance of the cleanliness. Only motion is not enough. It should be complete, full, and cleanliness should be maintained. So such a kind of lifestyle food practice, if it is there, then only he can reach or he can take a step towards sadhana. Otherwise, it is not entering in sadhana. He is trying for sadhana only. So this is basic principle what we should understand. See, then only further concentration, chitta, ekagrata, body, steadiness, all kinds of other qualities, everything develops. See, this is the key point what we should understand by Dhauti or Basti, mainly Basti and such a kind of what we are calling Shankha Prakshalna. It may be Lagu Shankha Prakshalna or Purna Shankha Prakshalna, whatever it may be. In practice, both also we are doing, but generally Shankha Prakshalna. See, in Shankha Prakshalna also again many other restrictions we should maintain. Means before practicing Shankha Prakshalna, one day normal food practice. After practicing full day, daytime, no sleep. See, while doing Shankha Prakshalna, one should not give pressure to pass the fecals, to get motion, no, not putting pressure. It should go with a normal way. See, practicing 5 asanas, routine, all these things you know. But these are the key points. If you are putting pressure, it may harm see soft, such a kind of tendon, such a kind of muscles area in the anus. If it is damaged, it may become cause for the development of piles or such a kind of other problems. So to avoid that, it is very important key point. The same way, if you are sleeping after the Shankha Prakshalana, it imbalances the Pitta and it may become cause for the imbalance of Pitta. Then whole our this what effort we are doing becomes a failure, and the negative result gaining may become cause. So such a kind of dangerous or challenges we should avoid. We should not take challenge. Why means it is experiment on our body only. See what our keynote addressing person told. See such a way. Always it is experiment, experiment, experiment. So it is very good research. Person to person, everything is different. So one should get the proper guidance, proper practice, proper observation, proper understanding, then only. There is no question of random. Blind practice, nothing. See, as the teacher says, same way practice. Learn, understand, practice, develop, mind it. See, what do you mean by mind it? Understand yourself very seriously. Then only we can experience. It is the way how we can develop for the spiritual growth. See, that only in the this Basti level he told, Dhatu Indriya Antakarana Prasadam Dadyacha Pumsam. Who is practicing such a way, for that person, see, dhatus will be purified. Not only three doshas, sapta dhatus also will be cleansed properly. See, up to there. See, whole nadis also. Indriyas, 5 indriya, 5 jnanendriya, karmendriya. This is very biggest task for us, challenge for us. So this is the important thing. So easy method means it's a basic principle. Motion should be correct regularly. Means the complete movement of the GIT, gastrointestinal tract. What we say, mouth to anus, a simple language. See, these function, if it is correct, then everything will be correct. That we should maintain. Only to cleanse and activate, develop such a kind of quality in the mouth to anus such area, the best practice what we are doing, Shankha Prakshalana. In the same way, this Basti also. So in the name of Basti, nowadays many other techniques are there. They are connected only towards large intestine, last part, anus region or rectum, that's all. No, it is not enough. See, mouth to anus, the whole body level, everywhere, see, contraction, enlargement, what we are calling in the modern terminology, peristaltic movement. It should be good enough. If it is not there, what we are speaking in this language level, Sukshma and Brihat, means micro, macro. See, that developing quality we won't develop properly. Human beings have such a kind of tremendous quality, see, becoming small and big. You may know, any person can develop, in the same way any person can shrink. But generally, we know how to develop our body, we don't know how to shrink it. See, these are the techniques how we can cleanse, we can shrink, we can make it small for the important purpose. Not unknowingly or unnecessarily. Knowingly, very systematically. Such a kind of cleansing procedures are there. They are called Dhauti or Basti or Neti, all these things. Then Netra Roga. Netra Roga, if you are overcoming by such a kind of this Neti, or in the same way varieties of Tataka, all these level, what they say means Divya Drishti Pradayini. What is Divya Drishti? Physical elements, everything has gone. Divya Drishti means in ordinary level, if you are speaking, first stage we can say intuition. Last minute getting awareness. 12th sense or last sense, whatever you see. See, when the time is just crossing, before that you got that sense. It is one kind of intuition. But if it is there always, we get very good quality. But now and then, if that intuition is there, it is better. Always, if it is there, see, its speed will be very high. A time will be only 24 hours for everybody. But this quality differentiates. So, to gain such a kind of quality, say this Tarataka or Sutraneti or Jalaneti or such a kind of Kriya, cleansing procedures helps very, very well. So it is very important. In the same way, Kapala Bhati. What you mean by Kapala Bhati? Generally, we say inside skull, all these things. Kapala means this area, Bhati means it shines. What it means? See, the health of a person in the face, that also this area very clearly one can see. If spiritual growth is there, see, you can see the such a kind of shrine or charming and all these things in the face along with this area. This area, when it becomes dull, aging process. You see the child level, shining. Shine will be very good. Quality will be very good. Now, modern time, you can test by different types of instruments, you can understand. Now, internally, what is there? You know all these things. 6 cavities are there, frontal lobe, back, all these level. See, 6 lobe we can cleanse very systematically by the practice of Kapala Bhati. So, Kapala Bhati Kriya cleanses upper area. Not only this, upper area means in the body, see, to supply energy, the lungs must be under good condition. So lungs have 2 capacities. One side deteriorating, another side rejuvenating. See, many alveoli are there, you may know, unused, but they are not dead. See, few, if it is deteriorated, other may add there. See, automatic process is there. Now, knowingly, if you are activating more, your strength will be good. See, such a kind of activity we can do by the practice of Kapalabhati or Vastrika or such a kind of varieties of pranayamas. So Kapalabhati means, see, wherever infection we get, there it must be wet or must be kapha. So if it is dry, then there is no infection, no kapha problem, nothing. So upper part always gets a problem of kapha, everybody knows. The storage of kapha, everything will be in the lungs. So to overcome such a kind of storage and development of kapha and all these things, easily one can cleanse daily by the practice of Kapala. So when Kapala becomes such a way, shining level, good quality, see, thinking approach, no dullness, no sloth, always he will be aware. And always he will be cool and calm. See, this is spiritual growth, spiritual development, what we can gain such a kind of benefit by the practice of Kapalabhati. See, such a way you can, is Sutraneti, to breathe properly. See, both nostrils should be clean. If it is not clean, one cannot breathe properly. Why? Breath is our energy source. So lungs, nose, or this upper part, what we are saying, or this breathing purpose, what a system is very important respiratory system. If you are cleansing properly daily, no problem of respiratory system. Then energy supply will be good. See, for courage, confidence, understanding, and on this steadiness of the chitta, everything directly connected with the capacity of lungs. So if it is improved properly by this type of techniques, no infections, means to overcome infection, to prevent infection, both also Kapalabhati is very, very useful. So such a way, if it is maintained, spiritual growth will be correct. Otherwise, what happens? Now and then hazards, health hazards, or other problems are coming. I am not saying only disease, health hazards. See, obstructions will be there. When obstructions are there, one cannot concentrate continuously. When continuous concentration is not there, no spiritual development. Only we can speak. See, it is continuous process, day by day. So, what we should do means, such a kind of technology we should implement. See, this is technology, shortcut method, or such a kind of upaya. So, these techniques we should apply by the knowledge properly, how we should maintain the body, chitta together. Then automatically you can get the growth of spirituality. See, confusions will become less. Straightforwardness will increase. Simplicity increases. Why? Extraordinary things not required. No time for that. See, such a way to think and develop properly, such a kind of Kriyas practice, very, very essential. Not only that much, nowadays everybody knows pollution. So present level varieties of pollutions, but the pollution should be cleansed properly by these three levels: gaseous, liquid, and solid. Solid level, you know, say it is dhauti or basti or such a kind of varieties of practices. But liquid form, to make it dry, and in the same way gaseous form, say Bastrika or Kapalabhati. Bastrika is a pranayama, varieties of pranayamas. In the same way, Kriyas level, if you are thinking, see such a kind of practice, what we are saying, Kapalabhati or Trataka or such a kind of varieties of other practices. Then it cleanses properly and develops lung capacity along with that heart and whole body system. Then he gets courage and steadiness. Unless that, no steadiness. See, that we can observe and understand only in breath. If chitta fluctuates, immediately, Swartmarama also told, everybody knows unknowingly. See, the breath level little changes means it's a concentration disturbed. If you are looking somewhere, your concentration is somewhere. See, everybody knows. But systematically told how to observe, how to measure, how to understand by Swartmarama and other Hatha Yoga schools, other Hatha Yogis. See, this way if we are practicing, this is systematic method to attain samadhi. Your question may be there, sir, is it compulsory? Not compulsory. But no challenges, no dangerous, go like this 100%. Otherwise, your capacity, your level, yes, whatever you want, you do, no problem, but with the proper guidelines. He never say individually you practice, learn. No. Guru Akyena Labhyate. Many such a kind of open secrets are there that one can understand only by the guidance of teacher. Now question comes, always in yoga level, everybody asks, why it is kept secret? In which subject it is open, you tell me. In any science, any kind of subject, it may be science, arts, commerce, anything. Not only that much, even cooking daily in our kitchen, nobody leaves the secret easily, freely for anybody. See, why means it is skill oriented. By experience only they can understand. They gain. See, computer, everywhere it is dependent only. Independent level, you can't do anything. So knowledge is such a way, it is open, but it is preserved also. So we cannot question, yes, it should be explained for everybody. Yes, everybody it should be explained. It should be taught properly. But the secret always kept open secret as in this subject, not like other subject. Here one can understand himself if he is going on practicing. But in other subject, not like that. See, it must be asked, referred, then only he can understand. See, this is the difference what is there. So what they say, see, you can understand if you are a wise person. Otherwise, you get it from the teacher. So here, guidelines are very, very important. Why means not only physical or mental or chitta level, above that spiritual level, to realize Purusha, Prakriti and Ishvara. For that purpose it is meant, not only for the health purpose. But in this journey, health is very, very important factor. Therefore, we are thinking in that direction. By this, I conclude my views. And if anything is wrong, it is mine. I see all the subject explained in the text as it is. I try to present in front of you in the given time. Thank you one and all for the given opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you, very sir. Just you share your practical experience with us. You discussed about the subtle levels of the Shat Kriyas and the categories of food and how to protect the mucous membrane through proper intake of food and the precaution of practicing Shankaraksharna, how to prevent negative results. All these things you discussed a lot. Thank you very much, sir. And also you discussed the benefits of Shatkriyas physically, spiritually. And by experience only, one can understand yoga. You can. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I invite Dr. Sanjeev Patro, Associate Professor and Head Department of Yoga, Central University, Rajasthan. I request Dr. Rekha, please introduce Dr. Sanjeev Patro.
Now, I take the opportunity to call upon our next eminent speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Patraji, Associate Professor, Head of the Department of Yoga, Central University of Rajasthan. He is delivering his expert talk on physiology of Shat Karmas. He pursued his MSc in Applied Yogic Sciences from TM University, Bhagalpur, and PhD in Yoga from Eswasa University, Bangalore. He worked on physiological effect of cleansing techniques, the yogic kriyas, which is today's topic. He holds enormous research experience. Few of them I quote here. He has published numerous publications in renowned national and international journals. So few I quote here. Polysomnography with 32 channels EEG, neuropsychology test battery for understanding higher functions of the brain, his study on positive impact of cyclic meditation on subsequent sleep, published in Medical Science Monitor Journal. One more study on effect of yoga on somatic indicators of stress in healthy volunteers. Effect of holistic module of yoga and Ayurvedic Panchakarma in type 2 diabetes mellitus, a pilot study published in the Journal of Endocrine and Metabolic Disease. Efficacy of Vedic mathematics and yogic breathing in school children, a pilot study. One more study, investigation of yoga pranayama and Vedic mathematics on mindfulness. Concept of Annamaya Kosha from the viewpoint of science, yoga and Ayurveda. Concept of Pranamaya Kosha from the viewpoint of science, yoga and Ayurveda. Concept of Manomaya Kosha from the viewpoint of ancient science, published in the International Journal of Yoga and Allied Sciences. Impact of Sanskrit prosody on anxiety and mindfulness. Sanskrit prosody, a potential tool to impact neuropsychology variables. So the list goes on and on. It is unending, sir. Really, it shows he holds enormous research experience. He has related yoga with numerous fields of medicine. Really, sir, you have got tremendous research knowledge. And I'm also sharing his professional research experience. He has been a scientist at Indian Council of Medical Center for Advanced Research in Yoga and Neurophysiology, Swasa, Bangalore. He has worked as research officer at Physiology section of Scientific Research Department, Kaivalya Dhama, Lonavala. I'm also sharing his practical research experience. Effectively acquired and interpreted the data of polysomnography, EEG, and autonomic functions such as ECG, GSR, PPZ, SpO2, HR, RR, and NIBP, etc. Sir also delivered numerous talks on stress management and physiology of stress, a comparative study in management of cancers, and mantra chanting, an effective tool for management of cancer, efficacy of Vedic mathematics and yogic breathing in school children. So again, numerous talks delivered by Sir. He has also conducted many workshops, a 5-day workshop on sleep techniques in China, and he has conducted a syllabus designing workshop for faculties in yoga and ethnic studies in India and China Yoga College. And he has also conducted a 2-day workshop at Singapore. So really very much blessed to have you, sir. So all our participants and invitees today, hope you enjoyed the knowledgeable session disseminated by Sanjeev Patraji. Over to you, sir.
Now I request Dr. Sanjeev Patraji, please deliver a talk on your topic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Andhra University, respected Registrar, and I'll never forget one who had sponsored this national seminar, Professor Avinash Pandesa. He had also sponsored for us also. Thank you. So thank you for inviting me to deliver a talk on physiology of Shat Karma. So is my slide visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So this is not the sequence. This is not the sequence of this Shat Karma. So actually many of our students find it very difficult to remember the sequence. So for the convenience of the students, we have made the sequence. Starting from Kapalbhati till Basti. Kapalbhati, Tratak, Neti, Dhauti, Nauli, and Basti. So this is for the convenience of the students. So Shat Karma, so seldom you will find, hardly you will find in research on Shat Karma. People do a lot of work on Kapalbhati, high frequency breathing. Scientists do a lot of work on, Bhastrika. Scientists do a lot of work on, the comparison between Kapalbhati and Bhastrika. But hardly you will find any research on, any techniques like Noli or Basti. So you will not find any research. So, but the thing that here at Central University of Rajasthan, we are conceptualizing a experimental laboratory where we could do the research to understand the physiological effect of the breathing techniques in our body. So now I'll talk about the Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati, as we know, we have classical text of yoga speaks about 3 varieties of Kapalbhati: Bhat Karma, Vyut Karma, and Sit Karma. Bhat Karma is the conventional Kapalbhati that we do, and Vyut Karma and Sit Karma, it is a bit difficult, but over a period of time, if we keep doing this practice, we can definitely make a habit of grabbing the technique. So, Vyut Karma, I'm talking about Bhat Karma, not Vyut Karma. I'm talking about the Bhat Karma. It's a typographical error. So, it's a passive inhalation followed by active exhalation. So, when you keep on exhaling as a result of the practice of Bhat Karma, what happens? When you keep on exhaling, so what will happen? The partial pressure of the carbon dioxide drops within the body, within the blood. This also gets reflected in our brain, in our cerebrospinal fluid within the brain. So when this gets reflected, when the carbon dioxide concentration, drops in the brain, what happens? You will find its effect. You will find its effect in one of the receptor called chemoreceptor. Chemoreceptors are, we have variety of receptor within the body, but one of the receptor is called chemoreceptor. This chemoreceptor can sense the tension of oxygen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen ion within the body. But this chemoreceptor fortunately very reactive to hydrogen ion concentration. So when the carbon dioxide drops, so hydrogen ion will not become reactive, and when the hydrogen ion concentration becomes less, so this chemoreceptor will not become reactive. So when the chemoreceptor do not become reactive, what will happen? So you will experience the automatic cessation of the breath for a while, for a couple of seconds. And this automatic cessation of the breath is called Kevala Kumbha. All of you would be knowing that pranayama is of two types, Sahit pranayama and Keval pranayama. Keval pranayama, Keval means automatic cessation of the breath, automatic cessation of the breath. So Kapalbhati is one of the techniques that facilitates the automatic cessation of the breath because the carbon dioxide partial pressure drops. When the carbon dioxide partial pressure drops, the hydrogen ion secretion will be lowered, and when the hydrogen ion concentration will lower, so this area, mainly there is a neuron here, that the group of nerve fiber called dorsal group of neuron, this remains inactivated. When this remains inactivated, this will not make you to inhale. So your breath will remain suspended for a couple of seconds. This is the main underlying mechanism behind attaining Keval Kumbha. So as I told you, as I told, there are two varieties of chemoreceptor. One variety of chemoreceptor is found within the brain called central chemoreceptor, and the other variety of chemoreceptor is found here mainly in many parts of the body, but one of the part of the body is aortic branch, arch of the aorta. This chemoreceptor is found in the arch of the aorta. Okay, that is called peripheral chemoreceptor. So both the chemoreceptors are responsible in regulating the carbon dioxide concentration and oxygen ion in the body. Now we are going to talk about. Now I am going to talk about neti. Neti. You will not find any literal meaning for the neti, but definitely there is mention of Jal neti and Sutra neti in Hatha Yoga Pratipika. But there is no mention of Dukkha neti and Dhrita neti, neither in Hatha Yoga Pratipika nor in Garanda Samhita. Okay, but let's talk about probably Dukkha and Dhrita. You may find it in some Ayurveda text. I am not sure, but these two varieties of neti, they do wonderful effect. They produce wonderful effect within the body. So before that, I will be talking about a physiological process called osmosis. Osmosis is a physiological process in which what happened, the the water or the solvent gets pulled into the cell. The water will get pulled into the cell. So osmosis is a special type of diffusion. Diffusion is always from when the solute moves from higher concentration to lower concentration. But osmosis is a phenomenon in which Osmosis is a phenomena in which the water moves from lower concentration to higher concentration. It is always solvent. So this osmosis is of two types. One is called endosmosis and the other one is called exosmosis. Endosmosis is the phenomena in which the water is pulled into the cell. Exosmosis is the process in which the water is thrown out of the cell. So in methi, what happens when you prepare the water, you are supposed to add 2 teaspoons of salt in the water to make it isotonic. But when you make it little more, or when you put little more salt, then it becomes hypertonic. And when the amount of salt is little lower, then it becomes hypotonic. But for doing Kriya, what do you require? You require the isotonic solution so that it will remain within your gut. It will remain within your nasal cavity. And this isotonic solution or this water will be responsible for cleansing out the excess mucus from the nasal cavity, from the nose. But sometimes either we make it hypotonic or hypertonic by adding little less salt in it or little more salt in it. So what happens when you add the isotonic? What will happen? There will be nothing, and then you enjoy the practice. Enjoy the practice. When you add the hypotonic solution, what will happen? The cell around the nasal cavity starts swelling out because the water that you take into the nasal cavity gets pulled in within the cell. So the cell starts swelling out. But if you allow the hypotonic solution to pass through the nasal cavity, what will happen? Instead of pulling the water from the nose, it will pull the water from the cell, and it will make the cell to shrink. The cell will get cremated. Am I clear? So therefore, when you use the hypotonic solution during the practice of Kriya, you feel as if there is some blocking within the nose, as if there is some blocking sensation, there is some congestion within the nose. But if you allow the hypotonic solution to move into the nasal cavity, then what will happen? You will feel some kind of pulling sensation within the nose. So therefore, while we prepare the water, preparation of the water plays a very important role, so that we prepare the isotonic solution, so that this isotonic solution will help us to drain out the excess mucus, and this isotonic solution of the water helps the nasal cavity to drain out the retained fine dust particles and the other microorganism that is already trapped within the nasal mucosa within the nose. In addition to this, sometimes what happens, our nose has been designed in such a way that what has happened, around the nose you will find sinuses, sinus packets. Here you will find some sinus packets. Here you will find some sinus packets. And these sinus packets are responsible. It is like a porous bone. And these porous bones are capable of retaining the air. But in case of sinusitis, what happens? There are some small, from the nasal cavity, there are some connections called mucus. Okay, so through those connections, what happens? Now you take the air. But imagine a situation if you have a running nose. Okay, you have allergy. So what will happen? It will not take only the dry air, rather it will take the air which has moisture in it. Imagine a situation when these porous bones are filled with the air which has moisture in it, which has water vapor in it. What will happen? You will start having some inflammation called sinusitis. So therefore, the Nethi Kriya when the Neti Kriya is practiced every alternate day or every day appropriately under the guidance of a teacher or a master, then you can definitely get rid of sinusitis without any problem. Okay, you can see here, this is the nose, this is called inferior turbinate, and this is an inflamed turbinate. In the sinusitis, your turbinate gets inflamed, so therefore it's a one of the objective of the kriya, one of the objective of the neti to reduce this inflamed turbinate. Okay. So you can see here, this is nasal myotasis, through which the air gets into the sinus buckets. Okay. So now, what are the benefits of nasal cleansing? The benefits are, it cleanses the accumulated fine particle in the nasal mucosa or in the mucous layer of the nose. It cleanses the tiny cilia, that are small tiny hair-like structure. And these tiny hair-like structures get trapped with the fine dust particle. It gets cleaned. It cleanses the whole nasal cavity. It also cleanses the microorganisms that are retained within the nasal mucosa. So therefore, I would say nasal mucosa cleansing is very much important, and neti can help us to cleanse the nasal mucosa every week. Okay, and if you have nasal allergy, this is my experience, this is my individual experience. When I was working for SVASA, I have noticed that many people, we are getting benefited, okay, by the practice of neti or by doing neti every day. Okay, because the Bangaloreans, so about 5 to 7% of the Bangaloreans, they have nasal allergy, they have asthma. So to get rid of this nasal allergy, so neti is like a boon. So every day or every alternate day, if we do neti, this will definitely help us to get rid of nasal allergy by developing the physiological desensitization within the nose. Pratak. What is Pratak? So there are two, you'll be knowing that Tratak means that I do not find a literal meaning of Tratak in the book, but many of the Sanskrit experts say Tratak is a probably unit of time. Okay, it is of two types, Antaranga Tratak and Bahiranga Tratak. Okay, so Antarang Tratak means, this is Antarang Tratak, you could see here, this is Antaranga Tratak, because each of all these are the chakras, and each of the chakras has a tiny flame within it. For example, when you sit in the meditative posture with closed eyes, the master might ask you to focus your awareness at the eyebrow center, because at the eyebrow center you have a chakra called Ajna chakra, and this Ajna chakra has a tiny flame, and you can focus on this tiny flame. Okay, and this is one of the procedure of Antaranga Tratak. But Bahiranga Tratak, either you take the help of an image, or you take the help of a point, or you take the help of a burning flame of a candle. Okay, so with that we do Bahiranga Tratak. In other words, you take an external object for doing your Tratak. So let me talk about the anatomy. As for example, this is the light. The light enters into the retina of your eye, and there's a track that connects the retina of your eye to the hypothalamus. And this track is called retino-hypothalamic tract. So during daytime, what happens? Your pineal gland gets deactivated. So what happens? There is a hormone, that secretion of that hormone gets dampened. But during night, what happens? This gets activated, so that this hormone, this pineal gland, will start synthesizing a hormone called melatonin. And with the secretion of the melatonin, you fall into sleep. But what happens if you do Tratak during night? So what happens? You activate during night. This Trataka is done. Even during daytime also you can do. During daytime, if you do it, then definitely it will help you to rectify the refractory error within the eye. It will also help you to strengthen a couple of tiny ciliary muscles of your eye, and eventually that will help you to get rid of the refractory errors. But if you during the night, if you do it, so what happens? It may create some neurophysiological arousals for a couple of minutes. So therefore what happens? This practice is not recommended for a insomnia for a couple of days. Then once you get yourself acquainted with the practice, definitely this Tratak can be given, because this Tratak is responsible for the arousals, physiological arousal in the cortex, physiological arousals in the cortex. So if there is a physiological arousal and this gets prolonged during the night, the insomnia patient may not sleep. So therefore, we make the subject to get acquainted with the Trataka. But Trataka is definitely not recommended for the epilepsy patient, because or else what will happen, if the flickering light of the candle may lead to the epileptic attack. So therefore Trataka is not recommended. High frequency breathing practices like Kapalbhati, Bhastrika and Tratak are not recommended, because Tratak is one of the practice that causes the physiological arousal within the cortex. And just I want to show you, this is one of the part, or this is one of the segment of the hypothalamus that regulates our nasal dominance. Just I wanted to tell you, nasal dominance. Not only that, this part of the brain gets activated when we do Tratak. This is called suprachiasmatic nucleus. And activation of this nucleus dampens the secretion of the melatonin. Deactivation of this nucleus activates the secretion of the melatonin by the pineal gland. So this is all about the Antaranga Tratak, and this is Bahiranga Tratak. So I already spoke about the insomnia. Now Dhauti is of 4 types according to Hotelga Pratipika. Danta Dhauti. Danta Dhauti does not mean that it is cleansing of only Danta or the teeth. It has many sub-classifications. Then Antar Dhauti, internal cleansing. Hrid Dhauti, cleansing of the chest area. Mool Sadhan, it is the purification of the anus. And Danta Dhauti is of 4 types. Jiva Dhauti, cleansing of the tongue, cleansing of the ear, cleansing of the sinuses, and cleansing of the eyes. This is all possible. And Antar Dhauti, if we talk about Antar Dhauti, it is of 4 types. Badsara, this is also the modified version of the Badsara, is called Plavini Pranayama. Badsara means we clean the body with air. Barisara, clean the body with water, and one of the typical example of the Barisara Dhauti is Purna Sakha Praksayana. Vanisara, we clean the body by generating the fire in the form of gastric juice. Vaisrita, in Hotelga Pratipika, it is written that this is quite difficult for god and goddesses to perform. But in good old days, it was being practiced by yogis. During this practice, what happened? You allow your rectum to be driven out and clean the rectum and then reset it within the anal cavity. So this is all about Vaisrita. And Hrid Dhauti, this is of 3 types. Danda means you take a catheter. But in good old days, the yogis were used to do this practice with a banana stem. Vastra, here you use a cotton vastra or a cotton cloth. Vamana dhauti, all of you know Kunjal dhauti is otherwise called Vamana dhauti. This is all about Preet dhauti, but many research studies have been carried out using Vamana dhauti as one of the interventions. And Mulsa Sadhan is the cleansing of the anus. It's cleansing of the anus. Okay. So now we will be talking about. Okay, we'll be talking about this. We'll be talking. Now this is our mainly large intestine. This is our large intestine. Okay, so there is this appendix, there is ascending colon, there is transverse colon, descending colon, okay, sigmoid colon, and the rectum. This part of the large intestine, I would not say, yeah, this part of the gut is driven out in Vaisthita Kriya, this part. So now, I had done quite a good number of research with Laghu Sankha Praksana and Purna Sankha Praksana. We concluded that following the practice of Laghu and Purna Sankha Praksana, so one of the cranial nerve that gets activated very predominantly, and this nerve which is called vagus nerve. And as the name suggests, vagus is for relaxation. So therefore, following the practice of Laghu Sankha Praksana, following the practice of Purna Sankha Praksana, you sleep a lot. Your body, allow the body to take rest for an adequate amount of time because of the upper dominance of the vagus nerve. Vagus nerve stimulation itself is a relaxation for the body. Nauli is of three types: Vama, Dakshina, and Madhyama. During the era of Swami Kevalyananda, good number of research were done, and the published observation, unpublished observation said, if you do Nauli, what will happen? You develop an intra-abdominal negative pressure within the abdominal cavity. A negative pressure within the abdominal cavity. A negative pressure becomes low. And because of this negative pressure or because of the lower pressure within the abdomen, so what happens if you put a bowl full of milk in front of you and connect your body with a tube, so during the practice of Nauli or during the practice of Udiyanapan, since you develop a negative pressure within the abdomen, the whole lot of the milk can get into your body. That is because you develop a negative pressure within the abdominal cavity. So this experiment was already done, but yet that is not enough. We being the experimental researcher will have to carry out many more research in the favor of Nauli. But I would like to say that Nauli is derived from the word Naula. Naula means it is like a passage through which all the stuff that needs to be drained out has to be drained. But in this context it happens. So during the practice of Nauli, what happens? It is believed that the excess gastric juices, excess production of the other stuff within the stomach can be drained out by doing this. So this Nauli also helps in strengthening all variety of the muscle layer, the longitudinal layer of the stomach, circular layer, oblique layer, every layer of the stomach gets strengthened by doing Nauli. Nauli has such an efficiency. This helps us to facilitate the strengthening of all the variety of muscle within the stomach. How does it do it? By doing the Nauli, you activate this muscle, rectus abdominis muscle. So by activating the rectus abdominis muscle, you get a direct impact over the activation of the muscles of your stomach. So therefore it is said that one who makes a habit of doing noli will never suffer or will never become a victim of any digestive disorders. Basti is of two types, Dala and Sthala. We already heard about Dalabasti and we also heard about Sthalabasti. So the only difference between Nauli and Basti is in Nauli you develop a negative pressure within the stomach, but here you develop a negative pressure within the intra-abdominal cavity, within the lower abdomen, and because of the pressure, because of that pressure, and if you put a straw kind of thing into the water, the water will get pulled into your intestine, not to the small intestine, to the large intestine. The water will get pulled into it. The water will get filled. This large intestine will get filled with the water. So one of the conventional practice that we do in medicine is, enema. So enema. So with the help of the enema, what happens? You allow the large intestine to get filled with the water, and then you drain out, or you develop a flushing out effect to flush out every sticky matter or the fecal matter from your large intestine. So this Basti is also found to be very beneficial, very effective for cleansing the large intestine, partly the small intestine also. So this is Jalabasti. This is one of the, this is a typical example of procedure of the Jalabasti. And now, in summary, we can see that this is Neti, Thauti, Nauli, Basti, and this is Tratak, and this is Kapalwati. So, this was all about whatever I understood about the physiology of Kriya, I spoke. So if you have any question related to physiology of the Satkarma, so you could definitely ask if I am not late. If you have any question regarding physiology of Satkarma, you can definitely get yourself clarified.
Any doubts from the participants, just you may please clear from Dr. Sajeev Patraji. Just he has explained in a wonderful way with the anatomy and physiology of Kriyas with the scientific.
Sir has delivered a wonderful and scientific lecture. Thank you very much, sir, for your enthusiastic session and sharing your insights on physiological role of Shatkarmas, especially the effect of Neti on osmosis in the cell, role of isotonic solution in association with Kriyas, and sir explained the role of gel Neti on microparticulated cleansing. He gave an apt information on role of Trataka in balancing the pineal gland and the melatonin secretion, which is the need of the hour, because currently we can find issues and disturbances in circadian rhythms and chronobiology, and chronobiology is very important. So, and sir explained the benefits of Dhauti in relation to GI tract, and finally on Basti. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information and valuable time. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, just I request all the participants to please watch the Nauli Kriya. According to the tradition, it has 5 stages. Now, the student of PhD Diploma in Yoga, Academy of Yoga and Consciousness, Bhimali, is demonstrating the Nauli Kriya 5 stages. As I told you before, Amanda Vegene Tundam Brahmayet Parswardhau. So rapidly moving the muscles clockwise and anti-clockwise. That is the final stage. Now he is doing Madhyama Navali, the central rectangles pushing forward and drawing back. This is the Vama Navali, just only left side only. Now Dakshina Navali, right side, protruding the rectangles only to the right side. After getting mastery over the Udyana Bandha and Agnisala Kriya only, one has capacity to demo this Navali Kriya. Now right and left. Navali Sanchalana. Only from the right, left, from left to right, not clockwise rotating. This is Vama rotation. Now the final. This is clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation. Sarvaroga Nehanti Dehanal Vivardhanam. That means it destroys all the diseases, especially related to the digestive system. Dehanal Vivardhanam. It improves the Jatragni. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Now, next second session will begin 2 o'clock. Thank you all.
So here is a small request to all the participants. Thank you very much for joining us and supporting us since morning till now. So your dire support is very essential. So we request all of you to join for the second session of the webinar starting after post lunch by 2 o'clock. So expecting you all on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Just we meet again at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Thank you. Please join again at 2 p.m. after having lunch.
Sir, on the same link?
Same link. Same link. No, there is no separate link. Same link.
Okay,
In the evening session, there are wonderful talks related to the Shat Kriyas by experts in the university departments. So I request all of you please attend.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Murthy garu, just if time allows, today at the end of evening session, just you may read your poems.
Oh, sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Only
If time
poem.
allows, yes.
Only poem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello all.
సార్ ఎవరు రాలేదు సార్.
ఏదో ఒక 5 minutes
వెయిట్ చేద్దాం సార్.
ఇంకొక 2
Wait చేద్దాం
minutes
సార్.
wait చేయండి. అందులో మనమే ఉన్నాం సార్.
గోవర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు జస్ట్ ఒక 2-3 minutes వెయిట్ చేద్దాం.
షూర్ సార్, షూర్.
ఎందుకంటే మరి కొంచెం అంటే ఏమైనా కొంచెం నంబర్ పెరుగుద్దని.
పర్లేదు సార్. నా వాయిస్ వినిపిస్తుందా మీకు క్లియర్గా?
స్పష్టంగా వినపడుతుంది.
ఇంకొకటి
మీరు ఏదో పీపీటీ ఏదో మాకు పంపించినట్టున్నారు కదా?
సేమ్ పీపీటీ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు ప్రజెంట్ సార్.
అయితే మేము చేయాల్సినది అయితే
మీరేం చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు సార్. మీరు చూడగలుగుతున్నారా దాన్ని?
స్పష్టంగా కనబడుతుంది, చక్కగా కనబడుతుంది.
స్పష్టంగా కనపడుతుందిగా? సరే సార్. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ ఫైన్. దెన్ యూ whenever you tell, then I'll start.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. Just dear participants. Now we have second session. Now afternoon. Now the first speaker is Dr. Govardhan Reddy. He is Associate Professor, Division of Yoga, CIMR, MAHE, Manipal, Karnataka State. He has a vast knowledge. He himself is a practitioner since long time, and also he is um, serving in yoga field. So his topic is Sadhana for well-being. I request Dr. Rekha, please introduce Dr. Govardhan Reddy to the participants.
Good afternoon, one and all. So I request all the participants and the guest invitees for one more energizing session to be held in the second part of the webinar today. And I also thank all the participants and the invitees for your continuous listening and patient listening since morning, and I'm hoping the same till evening 5 o'clock today. Your presence is dire essential. So once again, I welcome all the participants and the distinguished dignitaries and the eminent speakers of this event. So today this webinar is very apt on Kriyas, because past 2 years we have been talking regarding how to improve immunity and immune boosting foods or immune boosting properties, but none of us were talking about the immune drainers. So today this webinar, which is related to Kriyas, that is helpful in reducing the immune drainers in our body and eliminating the toxins which are the immune drainers. So now coming back to our here is a list of eminent speakers for the second session. Our first speaker is Dr. G. Govardhan Reddy ji, and Dr. Subramanya Pailor, Dr. R. Nagaratna Garu, Professor P. Parangauda, and Dr. V. Dureswamy. So our first eminent speaker, Dr. G. Govardhan Reddy Garu. So it's my pleasure to present you, sir, Dr. G. Govardhan Reddy Garu, Associate Professor, Division of Yoga, Center for Integrative Medicine and Research, CIMR, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. So he is hailing from Telangana. He pursued his MA in Sanskrit and his PG Diploma in Yoga from the National Sanskrit University. And he pursued his MSc in Yoga Therapy at Kasturba Medical College, Manipal University. He completed his doctoral studies on the topic Efficacy of Yoga Therapy for Treatment of Pediatric Migraine, a randomized clinical trial. And he also his PhD from the Mangalore University. Adding feathers to his cap, he is currently working on ICMR funded projects of rupees 30 lakhs. He is also a participant in the Department of Science and Technology funded study. He has more than 10 papers in peer-reviewed journals and has presented his work at several national conferences. He has also served as a resource person at national workshops and believes that attending seminars and conferences keeps him up to date on the current development. He is a member of Kuvempu and Devagiri University, and he is a renowned yoga practitioner of India. He possesses 11 years of experience as yoga therapist, having treated the diseases like spondylitis, hypertension, asthma, diabetes, sleep disorders, and digestive disorders, migraine, headache, acidity, etc. So once again, a very warm welcome, sir. Over to you, sir, for the session.
Now I invite Dr. Govardhan Reddy Garu, please go on your.
Thank you, Rekha. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor of Andhra University and Registrar Professor V. Krishna Mohan and Professor K. Samata Rector and Principal Professor K. Rajendra Karmakar and Convener Honorary Director Professor Banu Kumar, and Organizing Secretary Dr. K. Ramesh Babu sir, and Head of the Department and Yogic Consciousness, Andhra University, and eminent speakers, technical support team, yoga aspirants, and students. Good afternoon, all. So today my topic is Shodhana for well-being. First of all, I would like to thank Ramesh Babu sir, because you have chosen very excellent theme and subject, which is very important for the universe, means people. Why I am using this word means, in this world, very few countries have their own traditional medicine. Among them, India is the best. Why means, the Indian medicine system is very, very well established long back. So these Shat Kriyas are, you cannot find any other sciences, any other medical sciences. In the yoga also, there are lot of schools are there, like Mantra Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Raja Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, Vinyasa Yoga. There are lot of schools are there. But these body purificatory methods highlighted by the Hatha Yogis. So these are very important techniques to maintain the good health. About them, I am going to discuss with you. Sir, slide is not moving.
Okay,
Oh, 1 minute.
Shall we display or you may manipulate?
Okay,
సార్
sir.
అక్కడ స్లైడ్ వ్యూ నొక్కాలి సార్. మీరు డైరెక్ట్ గా ప్రెజెంటేషన్ లో ఆ బాటమ్ లో స్లైడ్ వ్యూ అని ఒక బటన్ ఉంటుంది.
Slide view now.
Okay, thank you, Murali Krishna.
Now you able to see whether slide is moving?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Right now it's going.
1 minute. Now it is moving, right?
Yes. Now the second slide is on.
Yes. Shodhana means an internal cleansing or purification. But in wider sense of the term, it also includes conditioning or strengthening. So here conditioning or strengthening is very important for the human body. So here Shodhana, Shuddhi is very, very important role. Already I have mentioned. From the day, first day means from the morning to evening, we will eat so many things. And because of that, the so many toxins we are going to accumulate. When these toxins are going to accumulate, those toxins will destroy our sharira. For example, this is the shed. According to the time, if we are not removing the dust particles, those dust particles will destroy the shed. The same way, in our body, there are 72,000 nadis are there. In that, these toxins are going and sitting there. By using these body purificator methods, according to the time, we have to make purification. Then only one can maintain the condition and strength. Let me give another example. For example, everybody has the bike or car. You see the condition after service. strength, pickup will be improved, and mobility and ability and strength, everything will be improved. The same way, according to the time, if you are purifying your internal system, you can maintain the condition and strength to lead the normal life. And some of the well-known terms used for representing the concept of shodhana, such as karma, we can find that these are the technical words in from the various textbooks, classical textbooks. Shuddhi kriya, kriya, shaucha, nad shuddhi, gata shuddhi, chitta shuddhi. So here, beautiful reference given by the Gerenda Yogi. He given Amakumba Ivambasto Jiryamana Sadagataha Yoganalena Sandahya Gatashuddhim Samacharet. To maintain the, you see how we will prepare the pot. We will take the mud and we will prepare the pot. After that, we will bake the pot on the fire. If you are not baking the pot on the fire, if you are putting in the water, it disintegrates. Means that pot doesn't have any good condition or strength. The same way, if you are not purifying your body, then our body becomes very weak, like unbaked earthen pot. That's why here mentioned Yoganalena Sandahyam Gatashuddhim Samacharet. Gata means that word refers to the body. Therefore, we have to purify our internal system. From that, we will get the good condition and strength. This reference given by the Gerenda. Then most of the people thinks that body purificator methods means Shat Kriyas only. What about other techniques? There are a lot of references. These following techniques also can purify your internal system. Kriyas you know very well. Everybody knows Shat Kriyas. Then asana also purifies your internal system. And pranayama, bandha and mudra, dhyana. In a restricted sense, Shodhana Kriyas are represent Shat Karmas or cleansing process. There are the special features of Hatha Yoga, although the Shat Karmas have similarity with the Panchakarma of Ayurveda. So these body purificatory methods, especially Vamanam, Basti, Virechana, these terms you can find out in Ayurveda Panchakarma treatment. Then, especially already I have mentioned, these Hatha Yoga has developed the contents of Shat Karma very elaboratively. So in the verse quoted in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Dautir Basti Tada Neti Naulikam Tada Kapalabhatis Chaitani Shatkarmani Prachakshate. The Dauti, Basti, Neti, Trataka, Nauli and Kapalabhati. These are known as Shatkarmas or the 6 cleansing process. Really speaking, these Shatkarmas are not 6 cleansing process, but 6 classes of cleansing process. A very elaborate description of varieties of these cleansing process are available in the Gerenda Samhita. The efficacy of Shatkarmas can be gathered from the following verse. Karma Shatkam idam gopyam Gatashodhana karakam Vichitra guna sandahi Ujyate yogi pungavaihi. The great yogis given the respect to these Shatkriyas, and they got the extraordinary benefits and qualities, Vichitra guna sandahi. And moreover, these Shatkarmas are, we have to keep in secret all the time. The mode of cleansing process with the help of Pancha Mahabhutas. So, each Panchabhuta has ability to make you pure, pavitram. Water element, Prithvi element, Agni element, Vayu element, and Akasha element. Each element has the ability to make you pure, pavitram. So, in the especially Shat Kriyas, one technique, in the one technique, we are using the one element. Cleansing by air, Vatasara, Bahishkruta Dauti, Shushka Basti, Sthalabasti, Kapalabhati. In the Kapalabhati, we are using the wind. Vayu is the one of the Pancha Mahabhuta. Through the Vayu, we are purifying our internal system. Cleansing by water. Water has also Shaityam, Raksha, Pavitram, Sandhanam, Pavitram. You see, each Tattva has the ability to make you pure, Pavitram. Panchamahabhutas has that ability. So here we are using the water. In that you can Vamana Dauti, Gajakarani, Varisara, Shanka Prakshalanam, Jalaniti, Vyutkarama, and Sitkarama Kapalabhati. And cleansing by friction of with an appliance. Here Prithvi Tattva we are using. Prithvi Tattva. Here Danda Dauti, Vastra Dauti, Mula Shodhanam, Sutra Niti, Danta Mula, Jihva Mula, Karna Randra Yuga, and Kapala Randram. And here, fourth one is the cleansing by manipulating the movements here. We are using the element in the Agnisara. Which element we are using? Agni. By using the Agni, we are making the purification internal organs. That's why Agnisara, Nauli, Tratakam, Vahinisara, Varibhasti, and Jalabhasti. Region of cleansing, cleansing of nasopharyngeal cranial region. We are using these are the techniques. Niti, Kapalabhati, Trataka, Dantamula, Jihvamula, and Kapalarandra. Cleansing of gastroesophageal region. Dautis like Danda and Vamana, Vastra, Gajakarani, and Vatasara. Cleansing of anorectal intestinal region. Vatasara, Vahinisara, Varisara, Jalabhasti, Shushkabhasti, Mula Shodhana, Bahishkruta. So, next. So, asanas for Shuddhi. From the following quotations, it will be clear how the yogic practices act as Shodhana process. Chaturashiti Piteshu Siddhameva Sadabhyasetu. Dvisaptati Sahasra Nadinam Malashodhanam. Especially in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, for Siddhasana, he mentioned this point. It purifies the 72,000 nadis. If you are sitting in the Siddhasana for 20 minutes every day, you can purify the entire nadi system. How it is possible? You see, in this world, only one body, only one human being is walking vertically. Okay. Then all the other beings are walking horizontally. They are called in Sanskrit Tiryak Angam. When the movement is there in the body, Rajoguna Pradhana. When body is in the horizontal position, Tamoguna Pradhana. So, in the Siddhasana or Padmasana or Vajrasana, when you are keeping the spine erect for 20 minutes every day, you can observe your breathing. Normally, when you are going to sit in Padmasana or Siddhasana or keeping the spine erect, your breath becomes very fast. I think so many people have observed, I don't know. Then it purifies the entire nadi system by sitting vertically. That's why Siddhasana is very, very important asana. Gerenda mentioned. Then Kuryat asanam stairyam arogyancha angalagavam. Benefit of asana that given by the Swatmarama, clearly he quoted that by the practice of regular asana, steadiness, good condition, strength, steadiness of the mind, and angalagavam, lightness of the body also you will get. By the purification also you will get lightness of the body. Asanam yoga siddhyardam kaya shodhana hetuna. Asanas are meant for cleansing of the body, which leads to success in yoga. So asanas also purifying your body system. Then asanena bhavedhrudam from the Gairanda Samhita. Asana strengthen the body, means we need good condition. So through the practice of asana, definitely we will get strength and condition. Asanena rajohanti. By the practice of asana, one can destroy the rajoguna. Rajoguna is cause for many diseases. Then pranayama for shodhana. Pranayama irava sarve prashushanti mala iti acharyanam tu keshamchit anya karmam na sammatam. In the Hatha Yogis, many acharyas, great teachers, not accepted these Shat Kriyas. Some are the teachers, they suggested that just directly you can continue the pranayama. With that pranayama only, you can purify internal system. This is the reference from the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. Then another benefit also we can see, Surya Vedana Pranayama, Kapala Shodhanam, Vata Doshagnam, Krimi Dosha Hrit, Punaha Punaha Ridam Karyam, Surya Vedana Muttamam. Among all the pranayama, Surya Vedana is the best one. Do it again. And Surya Vedana, Kapala Shodhanam, which makes purify your cranial region especially. And Vata Doshagnam, it reduces Vata Dosha, below the navel region, whatever problems are can be corrected. And moreover, it controls the more than 80 diseases. And Krimi Dosha Hrit, any kind of infections, worms inside the stomach, those can be destroyed by the practice of Surya Vedana Pranayama. And Pranayaminaiva Patakam Hanti. The Goraksha Shataka is saying that by the practice of pranayama, we can destroy all kind of sins. Especially in the mind, there are impurities. They are called Arishad Vargas, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. So by the practice of pranayamas, one can destroy is Arishad Vargas. Then Bandha and Mudra for Shodhana. Udyana Bandha. This sloka I have taken from the Shiva Samhita. What he says that Nityam ya kurute yogi chaturvaram dine dine tasya nabestu shuddhi swadeha siddho bhavet maruto. Udyana Bandha. By the practice of regular practice of Udyana Bandha, one can purify his navel point. So through which the winds are open, means all the nadis definitely they will be open. Then apavitraha pavitrova sarvastam gatopiva kechari yasya shuddhatu cha shuddho natra samshayaha. Whether pure or impure, in whatever condition one may be, if success be obtained in kechari, he becomes pure. There is no doubt about it. Here Kechari Mudra is practicing difficult, but reference I have taken from that. Through the dhyana also, we can purify our mind level impurities. Okay. Dhyana matrena yogindro muchyate sarva kilvishat. By its very contemplation, the great yogi is freed from all the sins. Papa karmas can be destroyed. So once, dear conclusion, once we purified our internal system, what are the symptoms may manifest on your body? Vabuhu krushatvam. By the Shat Kriyas, Vabuhu means sharira, one can get leanness. And Vadane prasannata. Once we washed the cloth, how the shining and pleasantness we can see on the cloth, the same way on the person face and sharira we can see some pleasantness and shining. Nadasputatvam. Once all the nadis are completely purified, easily one can find out internal sounds. Internal sounds means which are helping for the meditation. Nayane sunirmale, pleasant eyes. Arogata, diseaseless condition you will get. Bindu jayam, control over the bindu. And agni deepanam, especially which improves the digestion. Digestion is very, very important role to maintain the good health. and purification of nadi vishuddhihi, then definitely nadis will get shuddhi. Finally, we can conclude that by yogic practices leads to purification of body and mind, which will finally leads to samadhi, ultimate goal of yoga. Here I would like to add another extra conclusion, one suggestion, one request for everyone to maintain the good health without help of the doctor. There is a Aryokti, Pakshe Ksauram. Monthly once we have to make hair cut. Tribihi Snanam. In the day, 3 times bath. It is difficult nowadays for everybody, but at least 2 times it is required, because snana is very, very important role. It is stimulating your digestion, because Ashtanga Hridaya, Vagbhata Maharshi clearly mentioned in the snana chapter, Deepanam Rushyam Ayushyam. Deepana means the snana improves your digestion and more lifespan, Ayushyam. Therefore, we have to take the bath every day. Then, Panchabihi Dantadavanam, the instruments here, Kadira plant or neem plant or turmeric plant, such kind of plant, 5 types of plants mentioned in Ayurveda. Any one stick you can use to make Shuddhi of the Danta. Mase Mase Sadanashyam. Mase Mase Sadanashyam. Monthly once we have to apply Nashya. This is the Ayurveda procedure. In the yoga we cannot find this. Trimasasya Virechanam. Trimasasya Virechanam. Olden days everybody making Virechana by drinking the castor oil. But nowadays everybody forgot. These Kriyas, Virechana is very, very important concept. Kindly you follow it. And Shanmasasya Vamanam. 6 months once we have to vomit. You see the animal, in the animal any imbalance is there. For example, dog or cat. Any imbalance like fever and all, immediately the dog goes and eats the grass and it will vomit. If you are not doing this vamanam for 6 months once, automatically your body will make you to vomit. For that, don't scare, just vomit. Bhuktva Shatapadam Chara. After having food, at least you walk 100 steps. Anantarancha Tambulam. The most of the people we know eating tambula. Tambula is betel leaf. We have to eat. Sangamancha Dinatraye. 3 days once sex is good. If you are making over sex, we will lose the lifespan. Gerend also mentioned that point. Shayanasya Vama Bhagecha. Lying down in the left side of the body, we have to sleep when you are going to sleep. Okay. Then Vaidhyanam Kim Prayojanam. If you are following these factors, what is the use of doctor? So once again, I thank Dr. Ramesh Babu sir. You are organizing very well everything, and also we are expecting such kind of events more in the future from you. We will help you, sir, definitely. Thank you, yoga aspirants, and also Andhra University dignitaries give me good opportunity to share my knowledge with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Govardhan Reddy. You have explained in detail and quoted Sanskrit quotations regarding sadhana techniques like asanas and kriyas, pranayama, and other aspects. Thank you very much, Dr. Govardhan Reddy. Thank you very much. I think it is very helpful to our participants for references for.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, I would like to invite you. Dr. Subramaniam Pailur, Associate Professor and Head Department of Yoga Studies, Central University of Kerala, Kerala State. I request So Dr. Subramania Pailur is going to deliver his lecture on the role of Shatkarmas in the management of health and ailments. I request Dr. Ramya to introduce Dr. Subramanian to the participants, please.
Namaste everyone. Good afternoon. Myself Ramya, research scholar in yoga, Department of Yoga and Consciousness from Andhra University. Let me take this pride privilege to introduce Dr. Subramania Pailur, sir. Dr. Subramania Pailur is currently positioned as Associate Professor and Head, Department of Yoga Studies, School of Medicine and Public Health at the Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, India. He was formerly at SVyasa, Deemed University, Bangalore. He is a pioneering researcher in the field of yoga and psychophysiology and a recipient of many awards. Dr. Subramania Pailur holds more than 50 plus scientific publications in various national and international peer-reviewed indexed journals and an expert member for many reputed government bodies, universities, institutions, and colleges. He has guided 5 PhD scholars till date. His motivation is inspired from the synergy of bringing the best of yoga into the common man's life. We are glad to have him here today. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
I request Dr. P. Subramanian ji, please kindly go on deliver your lecture on the selected topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to one and all. Most respected Dr. Ramesh Babu, sir, and all the faculty members of Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, and my dear participants of this 2-day national level seminar on role of Shatkarmas in the health and in the management of health and ailments. Hope I am audible to all.
Yes, audible.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting seminar, and Dr. Ramesh Babu sir has selected a very eminent topic for discussion and delivering the elaborations related to the Shatkarmas. I will just try to share my slides. Hope you all can see my slides.
Right now, not able to view.
One second. One second.
Okay, otherwise just you may send it to my WhatsApp. I will. Okay. Now it is on.
Okay, fine. Hope everyone can see.
Yes, we are able to see.
Yeah. With, greetings from Central University of Kerala, Department of Yoga Studies, Kasaragod. It is located in Kasaragod. So since morning, you have been hearing about Shatkarmas and its various roles as a Shuddhi Kriya in the management of health and diseases or disorders. In my talk, I'll be touching superficially the following contents: introduction to yoga, yoga therapy, Shatkarmas, classification, and so on. We all know that yoga per se is the highest state of health in all the levels of human beings. That is at spiritual levels, social levels, mental levels, physical levels. Physical, mental, social, spiritual, and emotional levels. As sage Patanjali Maharshi has said in Yoga Sutras, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, it is the complete cessation of all kinds of sufferings, and its root cause, that is ignorance, where we have that attainment of discriminating knowledge about the dualities of material world. With this introduction, yoga per se is an ancient science, and it has been being practiced since ages. So yoga therapy, through the yoga studies, the yoga therapy has been evolved. And nowadays, due to the modern ailments, so-called psychosomatic ailments, the yoga has more popular in treating or as a therapy. Yoga therapy is the treatment of disorders, especially focusing on psychosomatic ailments by using suitable yogic principles according to the individual needs. All applications may not be common to all. Individuals, based on the requirement, based on an sharira, we may vary the yoga therapy techniques. As basic 7 principles of yoga therapy, we have lifestyle, shatkarma, asanas, pranayama, mudra, then dhyana, the meditation techniques. Then comes the relaxation techniques, vishranti. So among them, today we are focusing on shatkarmas. So Shat is six karmas, and action, the karma is action. So 6 purificatory methods or actions as explained in Kiranda Samhita, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Hatha Ratnavali. These are the major texts where the Shatkarmas have been elaborately explained along with the practice method and the benefits of it. The purpose of studying these 6 karmas or practicing these 6 karmas, Shat Kriyas, is Shodhana. So cleansing, to clear. So there are majorly 6 Kriyas, purificatory method. We all know that. You have been all listening since morning, and most of us, being the students of yoga, we have been practicing all these practices along with studying in ancient texts of yoga, especially focusing on Kiranda Samhita, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Hatha Ratnavali, and so on. The Shatkarmas are mainly Dauti, Pasti, Neti, Nauli, Trataka, and Kapalabhati. So along each of them have its own classifications, diversifications, and its own benefits. And person to person, very slight modification in the practice may be required when we treat or when we use these Shat Kriyas as a yoga therapy mode. So you have all know this, so I will not be elaborating each individual Kriyas. How these Shat Kriyas are beneficial or how it is applied in treating or in getting better health. So as said in Sushruta Samhita, health is samadosha samagnischa samadatu malah kriyaha prasannatmendriya manaha. swastha ityabhidiyate. So all doshas are in balanced state, then only a perfect health can be attained or achieved. Disease is rogastu dosha, vaishamyam, dosha samayam, arogata. So free from disease is nothing but health. So achieving health is a great boon what we attain in our life. Better health, better individual. To lead a better health, we should practice yoga per se, including Shat karmas regularly. So applications of Shat karma is also very important. Meida Sleshmadikaha Purvam Shat karmani samacharet Anyastu nacharetani doshanam samabhavataha. So when we practice Shat karma regularly, so doshas are removed or it is in balanced state. So health and wellness, these two words are very common and commonly we hear very well in our day-to-day life. Physical health, mental health, spiritual health, emotional health, social health, and per se, this environmental health. Health is a state of well-being, whereas wellness is a state of living a healthy lifestyle. So regular practice of yoga will lead you to practice and lead a healthy lifestyle. Health refers to physical, mental, social well-being. Wellness aims to enhance the well-being. So promotion of health is being brought out by wellness, that is well-being, enhancement of well-being. So what is the role of Shat karmas in the three doshas? These are Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and which are the practices practiced when the particular doshas are predominant. So this has been very well explained by the earlier speakers, and I'm not going individual details. So as per the dosha predominancy, the yoga therapist or the doctors will explain you which practice is better to keep you healthy and free from disorders. So Dauti, Vanisara Dauti, Vastra Dauti, Vamana Dauti, and its benefits in different curing or overcoming or management of different ailments has been I have put in a tabulation form, and you all can understand very well. So when there is a constipation, when there is a indigestion, so what practice is better? When you are suffering with bronchitis or asthma or cough, fever, cold, which practices are better? So all this has been very well said in the ancient texts, as well as the yoga research has been carried out by using these techniques. So Basti, what does the benefits? It balances saptadhatus, improves functioning of motor and sensory organs, and in turn it is very well able to treat the following ailments and to lead a better life. Neti Kriya, Jalaneti and Sutraneti. So when we should practice these Kriyas and what the benefits we get. has been tabularized here. Nauli, it is slightly advanced Kriya, and sometimes some people may not be able to practice, but it has a tremendous benefit for different ailments like indigestion, acidity, skin diseases, diabetes mellitus, liver problems, irritable bowel syndrome, dysmenorrhea, constipation, and all this, because it activates Kamana Vayu, kindles the digestive fire, removes indigestion, and overcomes all disorders of the doshas, three doshas, brings pleasantness, pleasant mind. So each Kriyas has its own benefits. So whenever we are suffering with particular ailment, the particular Shat karmas, the Kriyas, will help you to overcome such disorders. So like Trataka, the eye exercise, overcomes refractive errors, glaucoma, and so on. And also, when we regularly practice Trataka, you will be driven away by the laziness, and you will be full of energetic and enthusiasm, and you will be more energetic to do a positive collective work. Then Kapalabhati, the forehead cleansing technique, we all know that, and it overcomes bronchitis or asthma and all these kind of ailments very well when it is regularly practiced. There have been tremendous research papers in the last few years about the benefits of Kapalabhati at different populations. Like, for example, normal individuals, in the soldiers, in army workers, and so on. The extensive studies have been come up by using or by practicing Kapalabhati technique. After all these Shat Kriyas, Shat Karmas, we should relax. That is most important by performing Shavasana. Helps to relieve all kinds of tensions and gives complete rest to both body and mind. Here, I have tabularized the three important therapeutical aspects of Shat Karma, that is preventive, promotive, and curative aspect hidden by practicing these Kriyas as said in the Hatha Yoga and Virendra Samhita and Hatha Ratnavali. And this has been in many of the findings or many of the say whatever the benefits has been explained in the ancient text has been proven in the research study by testing in a scientific way. So by saying these few words, Shat Karmas are the purificatory techniques which cleanses the body and mind. Thereby it works in three aspects, that is preventive, promotive, and curative, where the three aspects of yoga therapy as cures disorders, prevents the upcoming complications, and promotes health in a holistic way. The holistic way is very important. So all these practices leads a healthy lifestyle and healthy human being. So by practicing these Shat Karmas, one can lead a healthy human being with free of diseases. So with these few words, I thank the organizers, especially Dr. Ramesh Babu sir, for giving me an opportunity to present this and to meet you all through this webinar. And I thank the Andhra University Department of Yoga Studies and all the faculties and all the delegates who are present here and for patience hearing. Thank you, one and all. Okay. If you have any doubts or clarifications, I am free to answer your doubts.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam P. You have given a very excellent talk with the reference of Sanskrit texts. It is very helpful to the participants, I think. Your talk is very useful for academic students as well as research scholars and to the public also. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam. Thank you very much. Now, invite Dr. R. Nagaratna Madam, Director, Standing Research Committee, S. Vyasa University, Bangalore. Madam, we are very lucky
Namaste.
having you like this in the seminar. Now, Srimati Ramya will introduce Dr. Madam to the participants.
Namaste, Ramesh Babuji.
Namaste. Namaste, madam. I'm glad to take this opportunity of introducing Dr. R. Nagaratna madam to take the session. Dr. R. Nagaratna is one of the pioneers in the field of yoga therapy. She is the Dean, Division of Yoga and Life Sciences and Chief Consultant at the Arogyadhama S. Vyasa. Dr. Nagaratna did her MBBS from Bengaluru Medical College, MD in Internal Medicine from Mysore Medical College, her MRCP and FRCP from Edinburgh, UK. Madam holds over 80 publications in national and international journals and has 11 books on series of yoga for different ailments published. She has been felicitated with numerous awards such as the Patanjali Award in 2000 for contributions in the field of yoga by Indian Systems of Medicine and Homeopathy, ISM and H, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, arranged through Director ISM and H in Bengaluru. Dr. P.S. Shankar Vaidyashri Award in 2001 by Dr. P.S. Shankar Pratisthana, Gulbarga. Women of Excellence Award 2003 by the Badaganadu Sangha Association, Bengaluru for service to humanity through yoga therapy. Karnataka Kalpavalli Award 1995 for service to women through yoga, awarded by Shashwati, a women's organization, NMKRV College, Bengaluru. Doctors' Day Award 1992 by IMA Bengaluru branch. Thank you, ma'am, and welcome to the session.
I think I'm very happy to introduce. I think in India as well as in the world, Dr. Nagaratna Madam is very familiar. As a sister of Dr. Nagendraji, the founder of S. Vyasa University. Now, I invite Dr. Nagaratna Madam. Please deliver a lecture on. The topic is the role of Shat Karmas in integrated approach of yoga therapy. Madam, please kindly go ahead.
Yeah, I present.
Yes, you may present it.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Please continue, madam.
You can present it.
You can present it. Yes, madam. You can present it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I am trying.
I'm looking forward.
I'm trying to present. Yeah.
Otherwise, madam, just you may forward it. Just we can display, madam. Okay, madam. It is on. Thank you, madam.
Namaste to one and all. My dear friends, it has been a great pleasure to see Dr. Ramesh Babu on the screen at least today after a long gap. Welcome all of you to this Shat Karma program which Andhra University has planned on the occasion of the International Day of Yoga. Bringing greetings from S. Vyasa University based in Bangalore on the occasion of International Day of Yoga. We can never forget the contribution of our Prime Minister, for naming this day, 21st June, as the International Day of Yoga, which has brought about a big revolution and awareness amongst the public. Although yoga has been a science and lifestyle of Indian society for 5,000 years, it is the modern age. Today's Narendra, who has made it popularized, similar to what our Vivekananda Narendra did 108 years ago. Again, congratulations to all of you for participating in this seminar. I have been hearing since morning. I was looking at the program. Ramesh Babuji has really picked up very pioneer researchers in this area. But I was thinking your brain must be already fagged out to listen to Kriyas. Many of you are yoga practitioners. We are all moving towards this journey of yoga to move towards better and better human beings, to move towards healthier and happier life. All of us are familiar with this very familiar definition of health, which is defined as a state of well-being, not mere absence of disease, but it is a wellness at the physical, mental, social, and spiritual level, as defined by World Health Organization. In spite of having talked about it, researched about it, introduced so much knowledge base, over 50 to 100 years of research from thousands of laboratories in modern science, through wonderful technology, we are almost reaching a stage where we are challenged, pushed to the wall by the pandemics and lifestyle diseases, which are all increasing in the 21st century. Medical science again has proven this, shown this, that all these problems are because of a lifestyle. It is the lifestyle which is creating all the problem, whether we have succumbed to the pandemic because of interfering with the environment and the nature through our lifestyle, or suffering with non-communicable diseases through lifestyle, is all traceable to the rapid pace with which we are all moving in this society, the rapid growth that we have achieved, what we think we have achieved, gone ahead, technology, science, medicine, pharma, achieved so much, but we are all challenged by these lifestyle diseases, and lifestyle diseases are all traceable to these four things: diet, lack of physical exercise, wrongs. What is the worst habit that we are seeing in the last 2 years? Screen addiction, particularly the youngsters. Today we are seeing large number of, in fact, in our campus, which is a 450-bedded hospital for integrative yoga therapy, we are facing, I am admitting almost every week 10 to 20 children, youngsters, 20s, 30s, school-going children who have got addicted to screen. In the name of COVID, everything was happening online, but our youngsters got hooked onto the screen, and screen addiction, alcohol, drugs, wrong sleeping timings. In fact, we were sleeping at, we normally sleep at 10, wake up at 5, but youngsters used to sleep around 2 and wake up at 9. But during pandemic, I'm hearing that they're sleeping at 4 a.m. and waking up at 11 a.m. These are the wrong habits which is creating the problem, and stress, which is mind, is all at the mind level. Why we eat junk food? Because of the mind. Why don't we do exercise? Because of the mind. Why do we get into habits? Because of the mind. Stress at the mind level. Therefore, it's very important to understand that all the problems that we are facing be it social problems, emotional problems, physical problems, diseases, or even interpersonal relationship issues are all traceable to the mind, is what we are understanding. Therefore, if mind is the factor, let us see what aspect of the mind is the problem. Why are we suffering? See, human mind is so useful, so productive, so much evolving. Because of mind, we are all progressing and we are able to master the universe to the extent that we have become a global family through digitization. If mind is so powerful, then why are we, what aspect is the mind is creating the problem? If we classify all the mental functions, which is thinking, into 4 components: perception, receiving the information. What you're hearing now, it's not the ear, but it is your mind which is understanding, which is analyzing, which is putting it to your memory, and then playing your emotions. We know that obviously it is the emotional component of our existence, which could be very, very productive, making us a great human being if we move towards positive emotions. But it is the negative emotions, distress, which is creating all the problems. The sages classified all our emotions under Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, all negative emotions. Please remember, it is not the Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha that is a dangerous one, but when it is long standing, persistent, uncontrolled, suppressed, then it becomes a big, big issue and creates problems. Therefore, let us spend a few minutes to understand what exactly is happening when we say they are stressed. See, if you talk to participants, if you talk to people, they'll say, wow, life is full of stress, office stress, family stress, calamities. Now in the recent days, COVID has come and it has created a lot of issues. We lost our kith and kin. Mind is terribly disturbed, is what we say. So is it the situation? Is it the office? Is it the husband? Is it the wife? Is it the children? Or is it our situation that we are going through that is creating problem? Is it the paristhiti that we call as stress, or is it something other than that? Is it vastujanya? So what are all the demanding situations? It may be externally demanding situations or internally demanding situations, but in all these situations, clearly the definition of stress, both by the modern science and the Indian thinkers, is stress is defined as a physiological, psychological response to demanding situations of life. It could be many, many of these situations, but to which we respond. Remember, my dear friends, please remember that the response is not dangerous. It's not a disease. Stress is a necessary response of the body when under control and under mastery is necessary to create all these changes in our system, which may say when you have to face a fire alarm or face an accident or face something which is dangerous, face an examination, for example, children, we have to have that mild fever, mild fear, mild anxiety, which increases the alertness, helps us in coping up with the situation, brings about all these physical changes. But what happens? There is a well set mechanism that is involved in this. When we get anxious, when we get angry, when we are getting tense, we need all the organs of the body to work at heightened level, which is possible through the neurohumoral mechanisms, etc. But what is happening in present day lifestyle? There are too many of these demanding situations, high sensitivity, sharpness, and targets to be achieved. We have no time to get back to normalcy is the big problem that we are facing. So again, I repeat, long-standing, persistent, suppressed negative emotions over months and years is the one which is creating all the problem, which creates the imbalance, and that results in all these health problems is the basic understanding. So medical science has understood this. We call these medical mind-body diseases, and two concepts from the traditional knowledge, the Panchakosha concept, which you're all familiar, and the concept of definition of stress. So what did the sage define the stress as? Stress, we have understood, is a negative emotion, which is a response to demanding situations of life. When there is a demanding situation of life, we react with anger, fear, worry, depression, frustration. And this sage wants us to analyze and find out. And they have clearly told us Kama, Krodha, Udbhavam, Ativegam is the problem. Uncontrolled, rewinding speed of the sentences in the mind when we are anxious. What happens? My God, exam is coming, my daughter is going to the exam, how she will do, how she will do, how she will do, how she will do. This goes on and on and on and on, and that when persistent, long-standing, creates all the problem is the understanding. And therefore, the sages said, all diseases are due to this stress, and they classified the diseases as Adija and Anadija. Anadija Vyadhis, which we have seen in the present pandemic, is the infections, injuries, toxins. Even here, I put up this slide only to remind all of us that even when we faced the COVID pandemic, we didn't have the right medicine, therefore we succumbed. But who succumbed? Because those who did not have strong immune system, who had decompensated immune system, who got panicky because of this fear of the environmental problem. Therefore, when all these diseases, which we call as lifestyle diseases, Samanya, Aditya, Vyadhi, the remedy is to work with the integrated approach of yoga therapy. Please remember this MMM. I'll talk about it in a minute. So what did we understand? We understood that the whole problem is that of rewinding speed of the mind, and that is the whole of the problem. So therefore, what is very important for us to remember as a prelude to understand how Kriya works in all these conditions is when there is distress, when there is enormous uncontrolled speed in the mind, it activates our pranic activity. Too much of prana gets activated. Long-term prana is drawn to the head region, and we say push it down. It disturbs the nadis. It's locked up in certain parts of the body, which may be the vulnerable organ, creates inflammation. So all problem is in the organ where there is too much of prana activity, which gets packed up, locked up. So what is inflammation? Inflammation in arthritis is packed up prana activity in the joint. Inflammation in the heart, cardiac disease, packed up prana activity which causes blocking of the arteries, packed up prana activity in the muscles, neck pain, back pain, acidity, asthma, hypertension. So therefore, the entire problem is hyperactive system, overactive system, overstimulated mind, overactive prana, overactive inflammation. Therefore, the entire story is to reduce the uncontrolled rewinding, locked up speed at all levels. And that is what is the word meaning of prashamana. So prashamana at the physical level, what does Patanjali say about asana? Sthira Sukham Asanam. Prayatna Shaithilya Ananta Samapatti, at the point where the disease is locked up. Kriyas also work very similarly, about which I am going to talk in the next 10 minutes. So Prashamanartha Prana, therefore the entire story is to reduce the total activity. And what is the root cause? Our emotions. Therefore, emotional slowing is the whole thing. Therefore, carry home the message from Vasishthaji that yoga is to slow down the thoughts and then switch off the mind. Mana Prashamana Upaya. And that is the definition of Chitta Vritti Nirodha, which you are all very familiar by Patanjali as MMM, mastery over the modifications of the mind, mastery over the monkeying of the mind, which goes on pulling us into anger, fear, worry, depression, agitation, frustration, long-standing, persistent. Mastery is not to suppress. We are all masters of our anger. If I'm angry with my boss, I'll never say horrible fellow, useless fellow. In the mind, heart of my heart, horrible fellow, you are insulting me in front of all my colleagues. I am so angry inside, but outside, okay sir, yes sir, fine sir. So we know how to push our prana, push our anger energy to the body. And this is what is creating all the problem. Getting locked up in the stomach as gastritis, locked up in the joint as arthritis. So what is real mastery? Real mastery is happening not by suppressing that speed, but slow down, recognize with awareness and switch off the mind is the whole thing that we have to work on to reach that state of. Therefore, what is our understanding? Our understanding is deep rest to the mind-body complex. Mind slow down and switch off. Breathing, slow down and switch off. Body, slow down and switch off. For that, it is the relaxation. So, yoga basically is totally different from physical activity, physical exercises, which is, although we use lot of exercise and vigorous things in Kriya, it is the rest that is the healer. Therefore, the next question comes. Therefore, if you have to reach that state of calmness, kriyas are used apart from healthy diet, asanas, pranayama, meditation, devotional sessions, and notional correction, karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, etc. Diet also is for softening the mind. Sattvic diet helps in softening the mind. Kriyas are used intensively, and I'm glad that Ramesh Babuji thought of giving this as a unique topic for today's seminar. In Kriyas, we know that we have to do the cleansing. There are three major functions of Kriyas in yogics language. First thing is cleansing, then stamina building. Then the big question is, every kriya you see is a vigorous thing. You put water in the nose, you feel irritated. You put water in the stomach and vomit out, it is a vigorous thing. Then you are saying everything is slowing down, calming down, deep rest, switch off activity and become aware of the part. Then your big question comes as to how this can be a relaxing practice. Can kriya be like a shavasana? Can kriya be giving you deeper rest even than shavasana? Is the big understanding that we have to understand. For this, we have a very good quotation from Mandukya Karika, which says, Laye sambodhaye vikshiptam shamayet. Like when the prana is locked up in the organs, we have to activate it, open it up. Somebody has got lot of activity in the stomach, lot of gas, lot of irritation, junk food sitting in the intestine, toxins sitting in the tissues. We have to lock, and it is causing inflammation because of too much of prana locked up in that area. Then we have to open it up, stimulate it, activate it, and the mind gets into state of dullness, locked up state, stimulate it, awaken it. And once it is awakened, you can go into deeper rest. That is the whole of the concept of Kriyas. In the concept of Kriyas, it is a cycle of stimulation followed by relaxation. Stimulation followed by relaxation. My dear friends, let us remember it is not just the vomiting that is important in Vamandavati, but the rest that follows in deep relaxation after vomiting. I was very happy to listen to Dr. Pailur, who said the whole thing is to be ended with deep breath. Any Kriya, whether it is Neti, Dhavati, or Kapalbhati, any practice, it has to be followed by deep rest. Stronger the stimulation, more difficult it is. You will open up the locked up energy, then you will be able to rest, relax deeper. Example would be if you have gone for a big jog, come down and then lie down in Shavasana, you will do very deep relaxation. On Surya Namaskara 108 day, what did we do? After doing 108 Surya Namaskara, we lay down flat and whole body just collapsed like anything. Was the mind doing any work? What happened to all our worries? What happened to all our concerns? Mind became zero. So strong stimulation either at the physical level or through a kriya is followed by deep rest, which is the example of what we really need to reach as the final goal, to reach that Kaivalya Sthiti. Therefore, three components I told you. Cleaning component, all these you are very familiar. Neti cleanses the nasal passage, Dhoti cleanses the stomach, Shanka Prakshalana cleanses the entire gut, Trataka cleanses the eye passage, Agnisara Nauli cleanses the intestine, Basti cleanses the large intestine, Kapalbhati cleanses the respiratory tract. This you are all hearing. In Kapalbhati, as you know, Kapala is the head, Bhati means shine. How does Kapalabhati, when you do that forcible exhalation, how does it cleanse the brain? Is what you should have. You understood in Dr. Sanjay Patra's class, who made you understand the physiology of the Kriyas. How do Kriyas lead to deep rest and relaxation? Is the concept that we have to really understand in the next 5-10 minutes. We say that the second component, apart from cleaning the toxin, stomach में बहुत ज़्यादा toxins है, उसको clear करना, cleaning करना, पानी पिया, just like we washed our body, we washed our the internal organs is what we have understood. But how do they help in stamina building and deep relaxation? When we do Jalaneti, we put saline water in the nose, which is what is very, very important. See, normally, even if a small dust particle enters the nose, the information goes to the brain, and then the brain respiratory center sends on the information to the respiratory system, chest wall muscles, then giving a strong stimulation to take a deep breath and then blast out the dust particle, and that is what we call a sneezing reflex. But in Jalaneti, what are we doing? We are allowing the body to accept the saline water, although you know it is an irritant. It's a non-specific irritant. First time when we tried Jalaneti, what did we do? My God, nose became red, we started sneezing, we started coughing. Oh no, it is so terrible. But other friends said it is very useful practice, and therefore I persisted. I insisted. Okay, even if I sneeze, instead of sneezing, I'll cough and do the Sutra Niti. What did we do? This lower reflex stimulus response, which was happening involuntarily. I used my higher brain from the brain consciously I sent my information to the lower brain and said, okay, I'm irritating the nose, information is coming, but my dear respiratory system, they are not going to respond, they are not going to sneeze. So, panico accept karna seekh liya. This is the effect of learning to tolerate the external irritant, which has helped us to develop that stability, stamina, tolerance power, mastery. So what do? Gradually increasing graded stimulation on the background of deep rest is the one which gives us mastery over our basic reflexes. So all Kriyas are meant for providing this mastery over the basic reflexes of the body. So similarly, when in Agnisara, Nauli, what do? When we do the Nauli Kriya, there is a lot of negative pressure that is created. It sucks in all the blood from different parts of the body and holds it there. And when they do Nauli Chalana, there is lot of circulation of the blood in the blood which is stagnant in the intestine. Now venous return is not happening and blood is held there, therefore churning happens and therefore we get mastery over the emptying reflex and cleansing of the system. Now mastery, therefore what did we understand? Developing stamina is mastery over the basic reflexes, and that is possible. You can see in Neti we get mastery over the sneezing reflex. In Dhoti we get mastery over the vomiting reflex. In Trataka we get mastery over 3 reflexes: blinking reflex, light reflex, accommodation reflex. And therefore we use this in improving the short sight. In Kapalabhati, what is the reflex? Our brain cells are extremely sensitive to the blood acid base balance. Acid alkali. We say acid blood is unhealthy, pure blood is alkaline. When you blow out all carbon dioxide, the the blood becomes more alkaline, more purified, and this purified blood flowing to the brain makes you more alert. That is Kapalabhati, improving the alertness. But if you overdo Kapalabhati, you can faint. Or if you do overdo Kumbhaka, also you can faint. Why? Because brain has got a reflex response to this acid-base balance. So therefore, it is important to gradually train our system to tolerate this. Even the purified blood, alkaline blood, we have to gradually increase that. And the purpose of Kapalabhati, of course, you can never forget this. Please remember, although we are stimulating, activating, making our brain alert, we have to see that it is the post Kapalabhati phase, the Kevala Kumbhaka phase, the Kevala Kumbhaka that follows, the apneic phase that happens after the active stimulation is the real yoga part of the practice that we understand, and Basti for intestinal paralysis. So okay. Friends, what is very important for us to remember is that any practice with a strong relation. Why my slides are not moving, I don't know. Let me continue. The concept which is very, very important for all of us now, that Kriya is also for cleansing and deep relaxation, and the 3 components of the Kriya which you understood. So cleansing, why? Because lot of toxins are generated because of the stress. When there is stress, There is a lot of toxins that are generated in the body, which get accumulated in the tissues. So when we do these kriyas, these toxins get detoxification. Stamina building is for better and better mastery. Monkey mind को handle करना बहुत difficult है. We have been struggling to do meditation. Nothing happens. I'll give you an example. Or a important key to become master of our anger, fear, tension, worry, depression. Child has to go for the examination. Child is very, I know one girl was extremely anxious and she was a very bright girl, but she would get very anxious when she has to go to the examination hall. And one of the exams in her first year engineering, she had failed because she just could not remember and gave a blank paper and came out. Very bright girl, very smart girl. She had studied very well. But when she goes into the examination, she became so anxious. So what should this girl do? We taught her Kapalbhati. What she should do, 10 minutes, the previous night she should sleep well, and just before she was very smart. She was not anxious until she actually sees the paper. When she was seeing the paper, she would get so anxious. So before you enter the exam hall, you do 1 minute Kapalbhati and see what happens. Just observe. Awareness is very important, my dear friends. Awareness of the speed of the mind which is creating all the nonsense. So she became aware. Kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga, kya hoga. That speed, 1 minute, blast out. Kya hoga, out. Fast breathing. Kapalbhati, 60 times. Then one deep breath, observe the mind. What happens in the mind? Oh, kya hoga? Speed of the mind came down. Then she has to do one om at the speed of the mind. Maybe in her case, om. Kya hoga, om. Kya hoga, om. Kya hoga, om. So, om. And if the mind is still not listening, again Kapalbhati, om. Kevala Kumaka. Then when the mind came down to silence, she is now ready to face the exam. If she enters the exam, we taught her that also. Exam paper has come. Don't read the questions. Just observe your mind. If the mind has picked up to Kapalbhati, luckily Kapalbhati, if you do in the exam hall, nobody is going to penalize you. So do Kapalbhati, Nadishuddhi, Omkara, then read the question. In between several times, 1 minute. So this is the way to get into deep rest of the mind immediately within 1 minute. Emergency acute management of anger, fear, worry, frustration is the whole of the purpose of this deep rest that follows immediate stimulation that happens. And stamina building. Neti, Dauti, all these, what do? They help us in developing mastery over the sneezing reflex. We see a large number of people with nasal allergy. What do? Sneezing. Apart from the relaxation techniques of the integrated approach of yoga therapy, along with breathing exercises, they learn this Jalaneti Kriya. Jalaneti we don't teach in the beginning. If somebody is having nasal allergy, they are having already irritation. If you teach Jalaneti in the beginning, they will only get worse. So they should understand that through breathing exercises, through pranayama, through asanas, their mind management is the trick. Mind has to slow down, body has to get a mild stretch followed by relaxation. Then you give a strong stimulation in the form of Jalaneti. Then do deep rest following that. This is how Jalaneti is going to cure nasal allergy. which has become a big problem even in the present day polluted atmosphere. So friends, it is we can never forget the concept that manaha prashamana upayaha yogaha. Kriya is one of the techniques for that. Asana is one technique. Pranayama is another technique. Finally leading into deep meditative state where the mind became totally silent. This is the healer inside, is the understanding with which we have to work. So with this, let me stop here. I'm sure you all have heard many speakers who have been talking about Shat Kriyas. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, madam, for your excellent presentation. Even though you are basically doctor, having vast knowledge of allopathy doctor, but you have touched all the scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, Yoga Sutras, and Hatha Yoga texts. Very excellent presentation, madam. As you have a vast knowledge in anatomy and physiology as a doctor, your presentation is very, very excellent and useful to the participants, I think. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Abbo. Nice seeing you all.
Thank
So
you.
many people. Namaskar, namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste to all of you. Once again, wish you all the best for the International Day of Yoga. Congratulations to the Andhra University for this spreading of this wonderful knowledge. Dhanyavad. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, madam. Next, I invite Professor Paran Gowda. Professor Paran Gowda, Yoga Science Department, University of Patanjali, Haridwar, Uttarakhand State. His presentation is on the role of Shat Karmas in the management of health and ailments. I request Srimati Ramya, please introduce Professor Paran Gowda to the participants.
Professor Paran Gowda has civil status of sannyasi. He holds his highest degree, PhD, in nuclear physics from IIT Mumbai, and he holds a degree of DMRIT from Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, and he is an alumni of Bangalore University, and his present position is Professor, University of Patanjali, Haridwar, and also guiding and facilitating the students in multidisciplinary sciences for PhD, visiting faculty at SVyasa, Bengaluru, Vivekananda Kendra, Kanyakumari, a practitioner of yoga and meditation for the last 30 years, collaborated with CAPART, ECHO USA, DST, etc., and as a facilitator in All India Coordination Project under SEED division, facilitating and guiding non-governmental organizations across the country in preparing the project proposals, funds generation, and supporting their endeavors in serving the humanity for 2.5 decades since 1985. Primary functions is to guide technology development in renewable energy, in particular in biogas, appropriate technology in the field of housing, natural resource management with the focus on reviving the water bodies, and educationist. To provide strategic support to premier organizations like Gram Vikas Foundation of India, Arogya Foundation of India, Ekal Vidyalaya Movement, DHAN Foundation, Hand in Hand Vivekananda Kendra, Karuna Trust Vivekananda Girijana Kalyan Kendra, Vinoba Niketan, Mitra Niketan, etc., in building the institutions and striving for building nuclear peace gardens. Coming to his research experience, from 2015 to 2022, a total of about 60 research papers published in UGC category A in various national and international journals.
Now I request Karan Gowdaji, please deliver your lecture on the topic of the role of Satkarmas in management of health and ailments. Please, sir, please kindly.
నమస్కారం రమేష్ బాబు గారు.
Namaste, sir.
మరియు పెద్దలందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. డాక్టర్ నాగరత్న దీది who was our guide in getting into the yoga field. నమస్కార దీది.
Namaste.
Namaste. Can you get the slides shared in the screen?
Yes. Slides also. Professor. Kitchen में
The broad heading is can you make it bigger? Font size. Yeah. Only this is the size. Can we get the
slideshow, please.
Yes, sir, it is on. Please go ahead.
Put it on slideshow.
Okay. See, the broad heading of this workshop is the role of Satkarmas in management of health and ailments. See, I looked at this topic with a subtitle that is Satkarmas visualization role of chakras in subjective well-being. This is the subtitle of the broader workshop title. Now, why
Very
the
good.
question?
Excellent.
The question is, why this health management out of all these other diseases, now people are focusing on health management. Why this question, health management? The word management comes from the business angle, but health management, it is the overall wellness or subjective well-being. Because in the present era, even if one goes to anybody's house, the people will not have time even to talk to the guests. They are busy with television, they will be busy with their mobiles, they will be busy with WhatsApp or internet games. With the result of this type of mental behavior, there is a need that we have to manage one's own health individually. That's why the subjective wellness concept comes here.
You're not audible. Parangodaji, you are not audible.
Yeah, now, wait. Now it is audible, Didi?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Yeah. So there is a need for the subjective wellness. We have to involve the principles of yoga and also the principles of Ayurveda. If you look at the Ayurvedic definition, subjective wellness is Vata, Pitta, Kapha. These are the things that explain the subjective wellness. If you bring the balance between these three things, there is a subjective wellness. But in modern psychology, that is not so, because they don't believe in the Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Still, a lot of debate is going on where there is a need for further research. Now, when you say subjective wellness, what does it mean? In the few further slides, I will show that how the subjective wellness looks like when you practice satkarmas. See, there is a lot of research has been done. There are 723 research publications and articles from 1976 to 2020. That is Swati et al. She reviewed all the research papers with regard to the satkarmas and generally the yoga techniques. Now, what are the satkarmas? These are the satkarmas. Many people since morning have spoken about satkarmas. I will not get into the details of these satkarmas, but definitely I will get into the visualization techniques of these satkarmas, where there is a need for visualizing the kriya chakras. I mean, I tried in this paper, in this presentation, how one can realize the chakras through practice of satkarmas. That is the research angle I looked at this particular health management technique. Now, especially two kriyas, where much research has not been done. As per this Swati et al., if you look at her paper, 21 paper, she has mentioned Nauli and Bhati. These are the two techniques that no research, not much of research work has been done. Why it is so? I'm seeing so many hundred and odd professors here. They must go into the scientific dimension or medical dimension into these two techniques. Out of 6 satkarmas, these two techniques, that is Bhati and Nauli. These are the two satkarmas where no much research work has been done. So our research scholars has to focus a little bit on these particular techniques. The other 4 techniques, there's a lot of research work has been done across the world. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, subjective wellness, the picture, one of our research scholar, Prem Prabhu, who is doing research in this Prana Vidya, all these chakras, because we say chakras in medical sciences, still nobody could visualize how the chakras look like. So our research scholar in Rishikesh, with the help of Forest Research Institute Technology, he could do some photography of this subjective wellness. As I told you, the subjective wellness, as per Ayurvedic sciences, it is combination of Vat, Pit, Kapha. Now, one Vat, Pit, Kapha is included along with yoga techniques, then the subjective well-being looks like this in this picture. You could take the photograph of the subjective wellness. This is what it looks like. The stars around, it is because of the Vayu that one inhales, no? It revolves like stars in the sky. Like that, there will be stars around the person. How will the stars form? This we'll see in the further slides. Next slide, please. Next slide, చూపెడతారండి అమ్మగారు. See, the very popular and well proven in research is the Neti and Gauti. But when you are performing this Neti, of course, physiologically one can have the Neti technique with the Neti part, all that physical observations that is well recorded and it is proven in science also, in the research also. But chakras are not proven. I mean, when you say three chakras are getting vibrated inside the body, how it looks like when you are performing the kriyas. This is what I tried to present in particular slides. Next slide. Amagaru, next slide you pentara. See, look at Vastradauti, all these practices we do. When you are doing Vastradauti, can you visualize? Can you have a picture in the mind that how the chakras act? This is what our student scholar has attempted. The chakras, when you breathe in the air, that activates the chakras inside the body. Now, right from nose to the solar plexus, that is visualization of Vishuddhi chakra at the throat, and then at Hanata outside, and then the solar plexus, that is Manipura chakra. Now, before breathing in, you can see in the second slide lot of congestion, the dirt, the environment pollution, all these things you can see the picture. Now, when you breathe in, the oxygen that goes inside the body along with other gases, it's not pure oxygen. It is combined with other elements. So air, when you breathe in, there is a connection that exists between the chakras. Now in this photograph, only three chakras are focused. That is Vishuddhi, Anata, and Manipura. These are the three chakras inside the body. This is one side. Now after the Neti or Dauti, one can see the shining of the body. This is what the picture that comes when you take the photograph while practicing the this kriyas. One can see the shiningness of the body here, and the continuity of these three chakras can be seen right from top to solar plexus. This picture visualization is very, very important for when you practice the kriyas. Next slide, please. Amagadu, next slide. Because the morning Ramesh Babu Garu was telling, there should be benefits. One has to talk about the benefits. Generally in research, what we do, benefits comes after the research. Once you discover something, once you find something, then benefits. But unfortunately in Kriyas, benefits in the research papers are spoken much than the research work. In 21 Swati, she talks about, it was published in a elsewhere journal, and she speaks only the benefits. She never get into the mechanism of the benefits. But I try to focus. Okay, benefits, let us take what our Ramesh sir has said. Okay, benefits. Can you prove it? These are the benefits. Yes, that we try to prove it using the generalized linear model equation. In this GLM, if one practices the satkarmas, there will be benefit. Now, how that is measured? We take some 100 people as per the sample size selection, and using the RM ANOVA SPSS version 25, one can find the significance. If the probability P less than 0.201, that means there is an effect of Kriyas, and hence the benefit. This is how we look at the benefit of the Kriyas. If there is a significance, then there is a benefit. If there is no significance, if your mind is somewhere else, but ritually, mechanically, if you do your Vastradoti, then definitely you will not find any benefit. So always one has to remember, physiologically it is not proved, but statistically we can prove. Why not we perform statistical tests to see, especially in statistics GLM, where you can get all three significance tests, that is F distribution, T test, and chi-square. You can see the values of significance 0.04 to less than 0.201. This indicates the T-test and chi-square tests are very good comparing to the F test. So we prefer to go for this all three tests, and compare the different significant values in this subjective wellness benefits, and then come to the conclusion, yes, Kriyas do have the benefit for the humankind. Okay, next slide, please. This is what I found in the research papers up to 21 in Basti, especially it is the lower organs, the parts like Mooladhara chakra, and there is no clear evidence for this doughty that Mooladhara chakra, it is called yoga anema. Now, there is no much research work has been done in this, so we cannot talk about the benefits. At least one can do the statistical tests and say that yes, Mooladhara chakra have benefit. All these sexual organs, what we talk about, with this yoga anemia, we can say that there is a need for further research to come to the concrete conclusion that Basti do have the effect. Till such time, we have to be vague in the benefits angle. Of course, our philosophical textbooks do talk about a lot of benefits, yoga anema, but the research work is yet to be proven and yet to be tested. Next slide, please. Amagara, next slide. Nauli. This is also the same thing. Nauli also, our Swami Ramdevji at Patanjali University, it has a lot of Nauli, muscle massaging. But muscle massaging you do, but it is internally. Do you have any scientific evidence for that? Except physical appearance outside, I am not seeing any significant research work has been done on this Nauli Kriya. So research scholars must be able to focus on this Nauli technique, and it literally one has to do the it is basically yoga anema that research work has to be done. We don't know how to carry out, but definitely one can, even suppose if it is not possible, you do the questionnaire basis and prove it the significance, then that is possible that Nauli is has significant effect in activating the sexual behavior of the people. And these are the chakras. See, I tried to, my scholar student, he tried to map the Swadhisthana, all this, but he found it difficult. So he did not touch the Mooladhara chakra and all this, but he just simply up to solar plexus he took, and then he came to the conclusions. Next slide, please. Now, when somebody does the Nauli or the any internal exercises of the body, then how it looks like. We should have the visualization in the mind. Like we always visualize, if we say Om, we visualize the Om symbol. Like that, when you do Nauli, you visualize this symbol. This is a scientifically proven visualization technique. And see how A and B from the throat to the solar plexus, how it Vishuddha chakra to solar plexus, how it looks like before doing the Kriya. Now, after doing the Kriya, how this looks like. See the energy system, how it gets visualized, and how the shoulders and the chest region, one can see the shining nature. That's what we expect also practically, but one has to visualize when you are performing the Nauli exercise, Nauli Kriya. Okay, next slide, please. Nagaratna Didi spoke about the pranic energy and all this, and still there is no visualization, some sort of chart. Now that chart can be visualized, how the chakras in the body, right from nose to the solar plexus region, there is a chain connected. When you take the oxygen inside, the first two slides, it is before, and once you take, this is how it should be built. Then afterwards, you can see the out, when you breathe out, how it looks like, the shining nature. Next slide, please. Now, similarly, Kapalabhati is well proven because a lot of research papers have also been published in this Kapalabhati. But how the shining takes place in Kapalabhati? Yes, Kapala means skull, Bhati means shining. And how the forehead shine, వాళ్ళ ముఖంలో కొంచెం తేజస్ ఉంది అంటారు. మేము తెలుగులో చెప్పాలంటే ఆ తేజస్ ఎట్లా కనబడుతుంది ఒక ఫోరెడ్ లో, ఆ తేజస్ కనబెట్టగలమా? అది మేము చేసిన రీసెర్చ్ ఇక్కడ. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మీకు క్లియర్ గా కపాలభాతి చేసినప్పుడు ఎట్లా షైనింగ్ స్కల్ యూ కెన్ సీ, అండ్ హియర్ దేర్ నో షైనింగ్ ఇన్ ద ఫస్ట్ పిక్చర్. నెక్స్ట్, Trataka. This is also research is required because so far no physiologically no medical evidence that eyes can be cured. I mean, if any disorder is there in the eyes, I mean, it's difficult. One cannot cure. This Agna Chakra that one can visualize. This Agna Chakra we try to see in the visual form, and this is what one performs the Trataka. Next slide. And see, cognition skills we talk about how the crown chakra, how the energy storage takes place. This is one more visual. One can see the storage of energy in this particular crown chakra. Next slide, please. This I've already briefed. I mean, I'm not going into the more scientific details here. Nauli and Basti, this slide should have been in the upper side, but somehow this has come to the lower one. But it goes into the exocrine functions in the pancreas, how this Nauli and Basti, but this has not been proven scientifically yet. Though it is mentioned, gastric juice, strengthening the secretion of gastric juice, even pituitary gland hormones also it strengthens, but there's no scientific evidence still yet. Research work has to be carried out. Next slide, please. The final గా ఇదేమంటే, ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, మనము సహస్ర చక్ర ఒక యోగికి ప్రాణము వదిలేటప్పుడు ఎట్లా ఉంటుంది, ఆ స్టేటస్, ఆ చక్ర ఎట్లా ఉంటుంది, ఆ ఎనర్జీ ఎట్లా స్టోర్ అయి ఉంటుంది, ఆ చక్రము ఆ ఎనర్జీ మనము ఒక విజువలైజేషన్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఈ విధంగా మనము విజువలైజేషన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దిస్ ఈజ్ వాట్ వీ ట్రై టు టేక్ ద పిక్చర్. అవర్ స్టూడెంట్ he tried to, he nearly took 3 months to take all these photographs in Rishikesh, but he could take it. This next slide వచ్చేసి come to next slide. See, this is what the vat pitta kapha మనం ఆయుర్వేదిక్ సైన్సెస్ ప్రూవ్ చేయాలంటే ఓవరాల్ సబ్జెక్టివ్ వెల్నెస్ ప్రూవ్ చేయాలంటే we should go for both yoga and ayurveda. It is yogena chittasya padena vacha malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena. It is very clearly mentioned in ayurvedic sciences. If there is a need for the holistic personality development, the subjective wellness, that's what our Swami Ramdev ji also, what he has done, in Haridwar, all our residential quarters have been converted into wellness centers. This wellness center, it is a one-day package, including the lodging, boarding, and treatment cost. It is 6,000 rupees. And also, minimum 7 days one has to get admitted if you want to be well in the present day electronic world. Otherwise, our wellness will be in trouble. In some way or other, we get disturbed and we will not be able to do the work properly and no efficiency in our work. So there is a need for the subjective wellness from the angle of Ayurveda and yogic sciences. ఏమైనా క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉంటే అడగొచ్చండి.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent explanation of Shat Kriyas with scientific background and very clearly. So, any doubts from the past participants?
Okay, thank you very much.
Akshay Sara is inviting. Any doubts from the participants?
వాళ్ళందరూ టైర్డ్ అయిపోయినారు సార్ అందరూ.
Namaste, sir. I am Dr. Rekha.
అమ్మగారు మీ పిక్చర్ కనబడటం లేదు.
She has some doubt. Please.
Namaste, sir.
చెప్పండి అమ్మగారు.
I am Dr. Rekha, sir. Sir, actually, we are guiding our students related to research in yoga. We are always focusing on obesity, diabetes, and pranayama techniques and all. We are giving less importance to Kriyas. In fact, we know the importance of Kriyas, but coming to research oriented, we are doing less work in research related to Kriyas. So as you said, really it is very scientific and research oriented things you have discussed right now. So my query is, whatever pictures you have showed, is this visualization or is there any yardstick to measure the things like you have said? The crown is shining, we can find the shine, and so many things you have mentioned in those pictures. Sir, is there any special yardstick or any physiological parameters to measure before and after, and to prove that these specific kriyas are helpful in disease and health ailments?
Yeah, our one of the scholar who is this paper has been accepted in Asia journal. This whatever I presented. This he focused nearly 6 months. What he has done, he has used the laser technique in photography. That is the most important thing. Otherwise, no energy inside measurement is a very tough process. But this is a very crude way of representing. At least some visualization he wanted. So he tried to put this visualization pictures. But more than that, statistics is important if you want to convince the scientific world. But what are the practical things he has taken? I will send you by mail. What are the practical things that he has taken into consideration?
Okay, very nice method, very nice technique, sir. Thank you, sir, for introducing to us.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, Professor Parangodaji. You have given a very excellent presentation, especially the scientific background.
Yes, sir.
Especially, I think you utilized all laser and other to prove the evidence of the especially chakras related to the Shat Kriyas, how they are related to the particular chakra is related to the particular technique. It is very useful, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, just I request Professor Ramanamurthy Garu. I request all the participants. Dr. Ramanamurthy sir, he is a Sanskrit. He is a Sanskrit scholar from BVK College in Visakhapatnam. Yes, he is a writer in Sanskrit as well as in Telugu. Yes, he has written a poem in Telugu. He wants to make us listen. Welcome to Ramanamurthy Garu, please. Just it takes only 2-3 minutes only. It takes only 3 minutes. మీరు కొంచెం అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి. మీది మీట్లో ఉందా చూసుకోండి. వాయిస్ వినబట్టలేదండి మాకు. రమణమూర్తి గారు, మీ వాయిస్ వినబట్టల. నో వినబట్టలేదు. మీట్లో ఉందని చూసుకోండి. కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ కూడా కొంచెం పెద్దగా పెట్టండి. ఏ వినపట్ల అసలు. టైం ఉంది కదా ఆయనకి.
Yeah, we can hear, but the volume is low.
Yes, yes.
కొంచెం దగ్గర రండి.
Audible, sir.
లేదు ఆయనది కాదు మేడం.
పోయింది.
నాగరత్న మేడం. రమణమూర్తి గారు వినపట్లేదండి ఏమి.
Sir, you are not audible, sir. Please check your volume. Sir, raise your volume, sir. Please check your microphone. You are not audible, sir.
I think your mic is not working well, sir. Please use earphones if you can. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, just we arrange your that reading your point just at last. Okay, sir. Now I invite Dr. V. Doraiswamy, Associate Professor and Head Department of Yoga, Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, Chennai. Just his topic is on Hatha Yoga practices for stress management. So, Dr. Doraiswamy, just are you ready? Okay, just are you ready, Dr. Doraiswamy? Doraiswamy? Dr. Doraiswamy, please unmute your mobile or laptop. Okay. Dr. Doraiswamy?
Sir.
Okay, you are ready?
Ready, sir.
Yes, yes. Now I invite Dr. Doraiswamy, Associate Professor and Head Department of Yoga, Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, Chennai. Just his seminar topic is Hatha Yoga practices for stress management. Now I request Ramya to introduce Dr. Doraiswamy to the participants.
Sir, very good afternoon and good evening, sir. So today is good day for that. Sir, can you hear my voice? Everything is fine, sir.
Okay, let us introduce you to the participants, sir, please.
Sir, my voice, everything is fine, sir.
Fine. Your voice is fine. Just let us introduce you to the participants. Are you audible? You are audible?
You are audible,
My
sir.
voice is fine?
Yes, sir, your voice is fine.
Fine now? Okay, good. Okay. Thank you, sir. So regarding that International Day of Yoga, to organize a wonderful webinars today and tomorrow. So thank you for so much for giving a great opportunity for me, the authorities and that organizing committee members and organizing secretary. Once again, thank you so much, sir. So what I'm going to take that, this is the Hatha Yoga practices for the stress management. So Hatha Yoga practices for the stress management. Kindly share my PPT, sir. Sir.
Yes, just we did.
Before that, Ramya will introduce.
Before that, Ramya will introduce
Yes,
bring
fine.
your profile.
Dr. Durai Swami.
What is the Hatha Yoga and what is the stress management? This is very, very important. That what is the Hatha Yoga and what is the stress management? Hatha Yoga. Yoga, what is that yoga? What is Hatha Yoga? So yeah, the 10 or 15 years back, that what is the yoga means, it's only flexibility. So I am practicing Akara Dhanurasan. I am practicing Mayurasan. I am practicing Padma Mayurasan. But they are telling that, so how he is practicing yoga. They are not telling how he is practicing asan. And they are practicing that pranayam, Nadi Shuddhi and Nadi Shodhana like that. They are telling how he practiced the yoga. They are not telling how he practiced how much so nicely he practiced the pranayama. But they are telling only he is practicing yoga. And also they are practicing the close the eyes and sit in Padmasan. We keep the fingers in the chin mudra. They are telling how much nicely he practicing yoga. They are not telling that how he practicing good practicing in the meditation. So this is that 10 years back, what is yoga means? Either asan or pranayam and meditations. Or it's a particular community they can practice the yoga. But the Hatha Yoga is such a wonderful that. Here I mentioned that Hatha Yoga, what is that? To maintain the youth, that is the Hatha Yoga. To maintain the youth. Asan, pranayam, shatkarmas, meditations, mudras, that is the yoga. Sir, what about the yama and niyama principles? Rightly, Patanjali said that yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. So why I chosen the Hatha Yoga? That is that Hatha Yoga is very essential for nowadays, the current situation. Hatha Yoga is very essential. What is this, sir? Why you are telling that Hatha Yoga is essential? So, yeah, sir. Second. Next. Ahimsa, ma'am. Hare. Yes, correct. Why I chosen that Hatha Yoga? So now the current situation is, what is that? Untime taking food, untime sleep. As I wish, as I desire, as I desired anything, I am ready to bear, ready to pay, ready to do for my desire, my choice, and my, what is that? According to my desire or my happiness. This is the maximum people's mentality. Because of my happiness, I'm ready to do that. Because of my desire, I'm ready to do that. So this is that current lifestyle and current people's mentality. What is that? What is the desire? Any food, this food is a very tasty, I should take. Either this is a good or bad. No, nothing. No, this is a tasty food. Okay, what time? Night 11 o'clock or no issues. I feel very happy. What is the problem of that? So that's why the Hatha Yoga is very, very important. That is the main thing is Shatkarmas, asana, pranayam is very, very important. That If this 3 is the very important for to balance the digestive system and the respiratory system. Hatha yoga is the main thing for what is that? To balance the digestive system and the respiratory system. Sir, why you focus initially digestive system and the respiratory system? What is necessary for digestive system and respiratory system? The constipation is one of the major issue for constipation is the origin for number of diseases. One of the small example, constipation is the origin for the low backache. Constipation is the origin of the depression. Constipation is the origin of the stress. How, sir? It's a physical, it's a mental. How you correlate such a thing, sir? What is it? In Tamil one proverb is there. Agathin alagu mugathil theriyum solva. They are telling agathin. So inside, what is the beauty of inside? It show your face. It show your face. Inside is dirty means your face also dirty. What is the inside? There is no toxin. No toxin in the intestine. No toxin in the cells. No toxin in the tissues. The role of Hatha Yoga is remove the toxins from the cells and the tissues and the organs of the body. That's why Swat Maramas mentioned that first purify your body. First, you can purify your body. That is a yama. That is a self-control. With the Shat karmas, you should purify your full body. Like it's clearly mentioned about that in the Hatha Yoga Pratipika. Hatha Yoga Pratipika clearly mentioned that. And the niyama, what is the self-discipline? What is that? You should practice asana and pranayama is a self-discipline. Asana and pranayama is a self-discipline. Kumbhaka is a self-control. Swat Marma clearly mentioned about that. What is the self-discipline, sir? What is self-control, sir? Self-control, purify your full body. That is a self-control. What is a self-discipline? Asana and pranayama is a self-discipline. So this is the major part. So what I want to say that first, initially you should focus the digestion and the respiration. This is the essential for that. That's why first you know that it's a yoga is a triangle. Yoga is a triangle. One part is one corner is the body. Another corner is the breathing. It means pranayam. Another corner is the mind. Asan, pranayam, and mind. This 3 combination is the yoga. Combination of the asan, pranayam, and mind. The 2 fundamental clearly given that prana shakti is the life force. Mana shakti is the mental force. Rightly Swat Marama said that. Ma'am, next ma'am. The Google Meet, sorry, very extremely sorry. In Google Meet, my laptop is not working. That's why I'm using that. Fine. Next, yes, good. Oh, I chosen that stress. Everybody's are telling stress. Oh, diabetics are stress because of due to stress. So I am a farmer, pa. I am a farmer. I don't know. I got a stroke. I am a farmer, sir. I got a stroke. Farmer having stress, sir. Then the doctor said that maybe some stress is, sir. Inside the mind, some stress is there, sir. Unexplainable stress, sir. You are having. That's why you got a stroke. Oh, what is the stress, sir? To compress the mind, To compress the mind is stress, What is the stress? What is it's a unconscious is a stress, or whatever without conscious, unconscious, or what imbalancing of the mind, that is the stress. I like a mad. What mad? like a drunken monkey. Like a drunken monkey. What is the drunken monkey, sir? Monkey, sir. Can you, the monkey, see the monkey, how he is standing and doing meditation? How see the monkey? How politely sitting? How politely is possible? Monkey is moving here and there, here and there. Monkey is moving here and there. Like our mind is a monkey. Not a simple monkey. It's a drunken monkey. What drunken monkey? Alcohol drunken monkey. That monkey enter that one supermarket. You just imagine it. How is our mind? The monkey drink the alcohol, and the same monkey enter the supermarket. That is our mind. Now the mind is now the mind is here, and now mind is in webinar. I think so. 4:29 in webinar, 4:30 America, 4:31 Sweden, 4:32 Tirupati, 4:33 here in Chennai. You know one thing, which is the fastest vehicle? Which is the fastest vehicle in the world? Rocket is the fastest vehicle. Huh? No, rocket is not the fastest vehicle. Our mind is the fastest vehicle in the world. Our mind is the fastest vehicle, not a rocket. It will go to what? Akash. Mind went, just now mind went to Akash. Just now mind went to sun. So that is that the role of yoga is what? To balance the mind. To balance. Sorry, sir, my timing, sir. Sir, my timing up to
PM. Sir, till 5 o'clock, sir.
Ma'am?
Sir, till 5 o'clock. You
4
can
o'clock.
carry on, sir. No issue.
5 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
5 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now half an hour is there.
Yes, sir.
So if the mind is going there, here and there. So sir, Ayurveda is there, Siddha is there, Unani is there, homeopathy is there, allopathy is there, walking is there, some number of games is there, aerobics is there, cycling is there, brisk walking is there, running is there. The yoga is the ultimate special. What is that? The yoga only balance the mind. Myself who? Durai, you are who, Durai? Who you are, Durai? Durai, you are angry with your students. Is it wrong, Durai? Is it wrong, Durai? You are angry with your students. This is anger. This is wrong. Absolutely wrong. Kindly ask the sorry to your student. The yoga only to balance your body, breath, and mind. That is extraordinary. None other than other activities. Other alternative medicine also. So this is that, you know that number of more than 50% of the people having animal characters. Who you are? Myself who? Sir, please you ask yourself, between the four wall, how you are. I am, sir, I am okay. I am fine. I am always thinking positive, sir. When you are alone, between the four walls, how is your behavior? How is your thinking? Is it positive or negative? That is that. Sir, negative is coming. For what? For what? How? How the negative is coming? My dear participants, sir, because of the food and lifestyle, my dear friends. Not participants, my dear friends. Because of the food and lifestyle. What is the food? Sir, food is what do you mean by the food? You are telling that? What do you mean by the lifestyle, sir? Night 10 o'clock, if you are working, unnecessarily you are working in the laptop or computer, improper lifestyle. 10 o'clock, if you are taking the breakfast, improper lifestyle. Up to 7 o'clock, you are sleeping, improper lifestyle. Sir, you know that how much stress I am having that. When you are break the nature, What is that? This is a improper lifestyle. Nothing but that. When you are unreal, this is a improper lifestyle. That's why I told that, not ready to wait. I am not ready to wait. What for what? Sir, breakfast 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, no breakfast. I am not ready to wait. Suppose in bus stand or some other places, I'm waiting for bus or train or what is that? Nothing. I'll book the cab and I can go. Why should I wait? I'm ready to pair. So this is there is a no patience character. The yoga, Hatha yoga can give the patience character, my beloved friends. Here I mentioned that stress and depression is a major problem. Depression is one of the reason for 80% of the diseases, which is conducted the research from UK. So what is that? Here I mentioned that ego, there is a no true love, not adjustment to all. This is one of the major issues because of the stress. How the stress arise? I have the ego, my ahamkara. That there is no true love. Sir, what do you mean by true love, sir? Mother in the world, mother only having the true love. Husband and wife have the true love. Friends have the true love. True friends. Father and son or daughter have the true love. Exclusively father and daughter have the true love. This is that. Nowadays, no true love. They are acting that. Here I mention, my dear friends, be aware of these three things. There is no medicine for these three things. What is that? Either the cancer and psychological disorder and infertility and impotency. That is very much sad to say, my dear friends. In the village, peoples are nowadays, suffering by cancer, my beloved friends. Be aware of the cancer. Be aware of the psychological disorder. Be aware of the infertility and impotency. Cancer. Sir, what is the remedy of yoga, sir? You can tell, sir. Which practices is good for cancer, sir? You can tell, sir. Surya Namaskar is good. Mantra chanting is good. Shat Kriyas is good. Sir, what about the psychological disorder? What about the psychology? Which practices? Pranayama is good for that. Pranayama is good for that. And what is the, sir, how the psychological disorder you have mentioned about the pranayam? If once you balance the prana, then only you are going to balance your manas. You are not balance the prana, you will not balance your mind. Sir, I am interested only meditation, sir. I should not practice what are the things, pranayama, asana. I am only meditation, sir. Okay, fine, pa. Only you take sweet in the breakfast, lunch, dinner. You like only sweet, na pa. Okay, you take 3 times, you take sweet, if possible. No. Yogic module. We are telling that yogic module. Integrated approach of yoga. That is a yogic module. We are telling that. What is that? Like our meals. Our meals is the yoga. Our meals is the yogic practices. So that is that. This is a psychological disorder. You must practice that what? The mantra chanting and meditations. Infertility, impotency. Only one word I say that. What is the infertility and impotency? Unnecessary. Don't feed any thoughts to your mind. That is the first quality of the infertility, impotency. My dear friends, there is no medicine for these three. Number of fertility center is there. Every place is having the fertility center. Be aware of that, my dear friends. Which is related to the stress. Emotion is related to the stress. What is the emotion, sir? Sir, emotion, sir. Sir, I am unable to control my crying, sir. I am unable to control my fear, sir. I am unable to control my anger, sir. I am too much angry, sir. What food I restrict, sir? What kind of practices is advisable for emotional, sir? What kind of practices I should do? How can I practice, sir? Hey, please go to the temple. Please go to the church. Please go to the mosque. Everything is with you. Everything is with you. You can develop your spiritual health. Where is the spiritual health, sir? How can I get the spiritual health? Chant Omkara. Chant Omkara. Chant Amen. Chant Allah as you wish. Sir, this is yoga for only which is related to Hindu religion. Absolutely no. Absolutely no. Before the origin of religion, yoga came. I can tell that before the origin of Hindu religion, before the origin of Christianity, before the origin of Islam, Hindu religion, because all religion have the yogic principles. In what is that? Every religion, what is that? Induce about the humanism. Every religion follow the ahimsa. In yoga, first thing is ahimsa only. So that's why how to balance the emotions. Kindly chant the mantras. Kindly go to the temple. That's why you can improve the spiritual health. Definitely, what is that? You can balance your emotions. Ma'am, next, ma'am. What are the behavioral symptoms of psychologists? What are the behavioral symptoms? What is the behavioral symptoms? Repetition of the thinking, eating and sleeping, etc., 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 etc. Sir, current number of people suffering by stress and depression. Number of people suffering by stress and depression. If they are go for walking, more than 2 hours, 3 hours, they are go for walking. They are eating, overeating. That is also stress. Sleeping, prolonged period sleeping, or without sleeping the whole night. This is the one of the symptoms. Another one symptoms. Who is sitting in bathroom for a long time, that person also having the stress, my dear friends. Which person is detached with others, that also what? That person also having the stress. Ma'am, please, next. Everybody should know that 8 limbs of yoga: yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. Very simple. Exact thing is, what is that? Who am I? Who am I? Myself who? Sir, all are telling, sir, yoga, 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 yoga. Number of persons are taking classes, yoga, yoga, yoga. What is that, sir? What is yoga means? What, sir? Be conscious, pa. What is a conscious, sir? Conscious of each and every action. That is a yoga, pa. Conscious of each and every action. Huh? What is that? Please, before ma'am. Conscious of each and every action. Sir, subconscious, superconscious, pure conscious, etc., 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 etc. Is that you are telling only conscious? Conscious means what? I'm giving the full attention to my work. My dear friends, can you realize the thoughts? How many thoughts per day it's arising in your mind? Per day, how many thoughts is arising in your mind? Sir, it's coming and going and coming and going, sir. How can I count the thoughts, sir? It's a numberless. Around 92 to 96 thousands of thoughts arising in our mind. 92,000 to 96,000 of thoughts arising in our mind. Sir, okay, fine. Sir, 96,000 thoughts are positive thoughts. 96,000 thoughts is, what is that? Maximum 90% to 99% negative thoughts. It's a negative thoughts. How can you say, sir? Ma'am, next ma'am. How can you say it's a negative thoughts? My dear friends, we are yoga, you know that two types of yoga. Two types of yoga, Laukika yoga and Adhyatmika yoga. Laukika yoga and Adhyatmika yoga. We are a Laukika life, not Adhyatmika life. Chaya piyo? Sir, chaya piyo, sir. Oh, with the sugar? Yes, yes, sir. Okay, good. Is a Laukika life? No. Only I'm drinking that only herbal tea only. I'm taking that only natural sattvic diet only. If possible here. If possible here. This is not impossible. That's why I'm telling that it's a Laukika life. Laukika yoga and Adhyatmika yoga. That's why we are telling that what is that? So in that conscious, with the conscious of the each and every actions, that is nothing but yoga. Myself who? Yoga need for what? Conscious of my action. What is my message of the Hatha Yoga? What is that? Dashya Bhumisha Viniyoga. Dashya Bhumisha Viniyoga. Applications of yoga. Applications of yoga. What is the application? Applications of yoga for Durai. Applications of yoga for Vinay. Applications of yoga for Raja. Applications of yoga for, sorry, all are professors. The 3 persons are professors. The 3 persons are ages 40 to 45. 3 persons are yoga professors. But application only different. That is the Dashya Bhumisha Viniyoga. So individual to individual it differ. Everybody is now the yoga developed. It's a vast development nowadays in Chennai. Like the allopathy doctors, Siddha doctor, Ayurveda doctor, how they are giving the prescription. The same prescriptions the yoga therapists are giving here in Chennai nowadays itself. You do that, such a practices, such a modifications. So the 2 minutes breathing practices. If I'm taking classes, my humble request, my dear friends, just you practice 365 days, you practice Surya Namaskar, mantra chanting. Sir, I am not having time, sir. Do Utkatasana. Do mantra chanting, do Utkatasana, catch your ear and sit and up. That is only 2 minutes. Also the 2 minutes breathing practices. What is that? Before the breakfast, before the lunch, before the dinner, every 2 hours, just inhale and exhale like a Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam. Alternate breathing for whole day. Ma'am, next. Ma'am, please, next. Sir, please, sir. Many dimensions. Yoga have the many dimensions. To join the body and mind. To join the body and mind. And what is that? Yoga Siddha Vriddhi Nirodha, modifications of the mind. What is that? To join the body and mind. For what? Our perfection of our work. Conscious of our work. Time is very less. Major issues, stress and its impact. Next. Yes, I clearly said, ma'am, one more click. One more, sir. Yes. Body, it's a yoga. It's a life. It's a yoga, it's a life. One corner is the body, another corner is the breath, another corner is the mind. This is nothing but yoga. What is that? Sir, if I am unable to regulate my body, unable to control my body, I am not control my breath. If I am unable to control my breath, I am unable to control my mind. Sir, straight away I can go for pranayam, sir. I should not practice asana. Okay, fine. Next. What is that? So this is the, you should do that first to regulate the body, then regulate the prana, and finally you regulate the mind. If I want to do the PhD, I want to do the PhD yoga, straight away I can come. First I should finish the school education. Then I finish the undergraduations. Then I finish the post graduation. Then only I can reach the PhD in yoga. Straight away is not impossible. So straight away I should not give the practices to the mind. So now the Hatha Yoga introduces that yoga therapy as a medicine. Yoga therapy as a medicine. What is that? Specific to individual. It means here I given the age, constitution, time factor, etc., 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 etc. Sir, once we suffer, how do you know about that? How do you know about the mind? How do you know about the mind? How do you know about the patient's mentality? That's why we are telling individual to individual, one to one. Next one. Surya Namaskar, I given that. One of the best practices. You know that Surya Namaskar, maybe number of yoga professionals here. Surya Namaskar only activate the all chakras. All chakras, the balance of the left and right, both nadis. One of the best practices for the adolescents. Surya Namaskar is the best practices of adolescents because of the Surya Namaskar practices can balance the sex glands. Wavering the mind. Surya Namaskar can balance it. Everything is good, everything is positive, everything is see. I am seeing. Advisable is Surya Namaskar practices. In college students, university students, jumping Surya Namaskar is advisable. Like a Vinyasa Surya Namaskar. Next, ma'am. Some postures I given that which is related to abdomen region. Ma'am, next, ma'am. Prana, mind. Controlling the prana, mind is automatically controlled. Rightly Swar Marama said that. If you're controlling the prana, automatically control the mind. If you practice the yoga, anyone, what is that? I have example I'm telling you, I practice 1 hour practices. Anybody is angry with me after the practices, I'm telling, पहले आराम से करो, बाद में बात करते हैं, आराम से. First you please relax. Time after some time. I mentioned that abdominal breathing, 2 to 2 minutes. Ma'am, click, ma'am. Do deep breathing at least twice a day. Duration 2 minutes. This is advisable for that. Twice a day or before the breakfast or before the dinner and before the lunch. It is advisable for that. Abdominal breathing. I given that. Just both nostril inhale and exhale that. Like you see, I mentioned here. Next, ma'am. Either sit on the chair also you should do that. Where you are. Next. Where you are. In health aspect, I'm telling where you are. My dear friends, another 5 years or 10 years, who is the happiest person? Which person is not going to the hospital? That person is the happiest person. Which person should be balance the mind? What is the balance of mind? Authority is struggling. Another person is struggling. Family is giving struggling. I should balance that. Material life, आध्यात्मिक लाइफ. मटेरियल लाइफ में हमारा एटीएम कार्ड, मुझे एटीएम कार्ड. वाइफ इज आस्किंग, आई कैन गिव. माय डॉटर इज आस्किंग, आई कैन गिव. माय पेरेंट्स रिस्पांसिबिलिटी आई शुड डू, etc. That is important that I should do. Ma'am, please, before that. Ma'am, before that. I should do. That is, ma'am, before the ma'am, where you are. Ma'am, before ma'am, where you are. So what is the materialized time? Only 2 minutes, ma'am. Ma'am, where you are, ma'am. So what is that I should do? It is important that. It is very, very important. Adhyatmika, what is that? It's a Paramananda, Perananda. Paramananda. So happy may, two types, my dear students. It's a temporary happy and a permanent happy. My voice is clear? Happy, temporary happy and blissful happy. Blissful happy. The child is unable to explain the happiness. Which is the Mahatma Gandhi said that, rightly said that. 7 ethics. You are killing your mind. You are killing the ethics and you are doing the action. That is a happiness. That is not a happiness. Mahatma Gandhi rightly said. That is what is that? Mentally, I'm happy. What is that? It not easily. That is Adhyatmika. Materialized life is different. Spiritual life is different. Spiritual life is for us, ours, mind. I will not show that I am so happy. You know that, sobering is that. You see, yes, how that to combine the body and mind. See, yes. Some modifications I gave and health tips. Time is only 5 minutes. Oil path is good, my dear friends. Nowadays, no one should not do the oil path. Every Saturday, you should take the oil path. Very simple. Balance the Vada Pitta Kaba. Balance the Vada Pitta Kaba oil path. In matriculation schools, you go and see. Maximum kids are wearing the specs. But you go and see the government school students. Very rare students wearing the specs because of they are not applying the oil. So that is that oil path is very, very important, my dear students, participants. Next. Ma'am, please. Herbs, Tiribula Churanam, you know that, good for digestion. Next, ma'am, good for digestion, Tiribula Churanam. Jeera water, you know that everybody should know that in Kerala, Amla, one of the good for COVID also. Amla is one of the good for COVID also. And also Amla is good for skin issues. Skin issues, those who have the allergy, skin issues, take the raw carrot and Amla is good for that. Next. Garlic, you know that, good cholesterol. Destroy the bad cholesterol, something I given here. Fatality like that. Next, ma'am. Yes, so this is a prescription. My scholars run that they are working in the hospitals. They are giving the prescriptions. This is that like followers of the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram. Stress, depression, we are giving the prescriptions to do this such a practices. Nothing but modifications, my dear friends. Next. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving a great opportunity. Any clarifications? If possible, you have the time, you can ask that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Very excellent and enlightenment presentation. You touched all aspects like herbs, Ayurveda, and other remedial measures for all the health problems. Thank you very much, Dr. Doraiswamy. Very much thank you. So,
one of the most energetic and enthusiastic sessions, sir. For a common man and for a layman, you have given is very useful. Thank you very much, sir, for your immense knowledge in the field of yoga.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now,
sir, am I audible now?
Yes. Now I request Dr. Sanskrit professor.
Yes, sir. Yes, I will take only 2 minutes.
A poem in Telugu. Just he wants to present words. Please.
Thank you very much. The శీర్షిక ఏమిటంటే యోగ సాధన ఫలము. పతంజలి మహర్షి వసగిన ధర్మనిధిరా, భావి తరములకు ఈదగు భాగ్యనిధిరా, సూత్ర సాహిత్య సంకల్ప శక్తి ఇదిరా, యోగాయే మానవ జాతికి కల్పవృక్షమగురా. సత్వ తమ రజో గుణాల నియంత్రణము, ధారణ ధ్యానము ద్వారా మనోలయము, మనస్సు ఆత్మల అనుసంధానము చేసే స్థిరము, ద్వైత రహిత సమాధి స్థితి సాధనం, అంతరంగమందు ప్రశాంతత కలిగి తత్వమతులై ఆత్మ సంధానముంది, ప్రాజ్ఞులైన పూర్వ ఋషుల యోగ సాధనా ఫలము, ప్రాణవాయువును పదిలిపరిచే మార్గదర్శనం. స్నేహమున అనుభవమున చెప్పుచుంటి, ఆసన ధ్యాన శ్వాస క్రియా పద ముద్రలు విడవకున్న, ధీమతిని శ్రీయుతిని చేసి స్వస్థత కురిసి స్థైర్యమిడి ధైర్యమునిచ్చు నీకు నిత్య యోగ సాధన. The gist of this poetry is the treasure of knowledge and consciousness delivered to humankind by the great seer Patanjali, an indivisible treasure that is being passed on through generations that imbibe and integrate purposefulness and strength. The science that teaches the alignment of the various energies, that is physical, mental and spiritual. The science that teaches the non-dual nature of the human natures, the science that is a distillation of the nature of the most venerable seeds. I wish upon the entire humankind this science of yoga that removes disease and bestows harmony. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
చక్కగా మంచి మీ యొక్క రచన వినిపించారు, చక్కగా తెలుగులో ఇంగ్లీష్లో కూడా. నౌ జస్ట్ ఐ థ్యాంక్స్ టు ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ, especially for speakers, respected speakers and the participants of this webinar. You all made it first day very grand successful. I hope that tomorrow also you will participate and we will make it successful. Thank you very much. Just we meet again tomorrow at 10 o'clock exactly. Thank you.
Master, Sarvi credit Shant Mantra.
Namaste.
Master, sir, we close it with the Shant Mantra today?
Yes. Now let us close the session with the Shant Mantra.
I will do, sir.
Okay. Please.
Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you one and all. Thank you very much. Yes, we meet again tomorrow at exactly 10 o'clock. So tomorrow also we have very excellent lectures on the Kriyas by eminent professors in the Department of Yoga in India. I hope that you will see tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.